Testing 1 2 1 2.
I want you to just hang up because I'm going to call her to come in. Or do you want to go out and get her so it'll be quick? You all about ready? We want to bring Shelley in for just a minute. Hello, and welcome to the Third Thursday thing. We're glad you're here. I think we're going to have a fun day today, and for sure interesting, as we have several programs going on. First of all, I want to thank Joni Nelson for helping put together a good program, and I want to thank the farmers, Jane O'Tiernan particularly, for putting together a farmer part of the program. And can I have Shelley Spiegel please come forward? She may still be out in the front. Shelley, we might want to give her a cheer. She has helped run the Third Thursday program for the last 7 years. She is very knowledgeable and very helpful, and this will be her last one here. Edwin, if you can come just a second. So some of us felt like that she should be recognized, and we've got an In Appreciation award for her for all of her years of service to KSU and to the Third Thursday thing.
You didn't need to do that. Thank you so much. Thanks, Edwin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. It's actually been really a pleasure of mine to be part of this, and I thank Marion, Dr. Simon, for bringing me on board. Thank you.
And thank her for all the time that she's worked. Joni, would you like to continue taking? Miss Joni Nelson will be the next person up, and we will continue through the program. I can't see it right now. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Want to remind you that July 21st will be our big field day, and we sure want everybody to be here for that. But we thank you for being here on the Farmers Market Day. Joni, do you need a mic? And thank you.
Thank you, Marion. And thank you, Shelley, for all your hard work that you do. I want to go ahead and welcome everybody again to Third Thursday. We're going to go ahead and kick this off and get started. Miss Sharon Spencer will be up next, as well as Allie from KDA. They're going to be talking to you today about farmers markets, the ins and outs, and selling at farmers markets. So come on up, ladies. Woohoo! And you have to actually talk into the mic today.
We do. We'll try to do
and
that.
You can't venture too far.
Why? We'll have Mr. Aiden keep up with us. So we can go this way or that way, or we have to stand right here, right? Okay. Well, good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Oh, that was really weak. Good morning. There we go. We want our YouTube fans out there to know that we've at least got somebody here. So everybody's wanting to learn about farmers markets, right? Good. If not, you're in the wrong room. I'm Sharon Spencer. I'm with Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Division Director over the Direct Farm Marketing, and I do farmers markets and agritourism. Then we've got Ms. Allie Hall. I'm so excited about Allie. Allie joined us back December 16th, so she's new to our team, but she just brings a wealth of knowledge, even with her being so young, just a wealth of knowledge in that mind. And she does farmers markets, and she works with CSAs, Homegrown by Heroes, Ag Vets. So we're going to get into a little bit of details and everything as far as what we do and kind of what we're going to cover today. Do I need to? Okay. There we go. Alrighty. So some of the things we want to talk about. How many is a Kentucky Proud member? Good, good. We always like to see those hands. What the Kentucky Proud program is, it is the state marketing program for agriculture here in Kentucky. We have over 11,000 members for that, but anything that is grown, raised, produced, processed, manufactured that has a direct farm impact can be Kentucky Proud. Whoops, and I'm going backwards. That's how I usually stay. Alrighty, talking about our Kentucky Proud members. Again, we have over 11,000 members in that program. It is a free program to join. The main thing that we're trying to get with the Kentucky Proud program is we want to have an increase in a farm. We want to make a direct farm impact. So we want to see that increase in the farm. People, when they go out, they see that Kentucky Proud logo. They know that it's going to affect a Kentucky farm. So they know that that money is staying locally. So they shop local and they try to buy Kentucky Proud. So for you folks that are Kentucky Proud members, we have asked all of our Kentucky Proud members to renew your membership. So how many has renewed their membership? So not all hands, but some hands. What we need to do, you should have received an email, but we've kind of skipped over that a little bit because we had some issues with that. So what we're asking, anybody that is a Kentucky Proud member, go into the website that's showing here, kyproud.com, and just go in and register. You're going to be registering as a new member. So don't worry if you've been in the program for a long time. We're going to ask you to go in and register as a new. When that comes in, Alex Floyd, that is taking care of that, he is actually going to go in and take a look, and he's going to compare the records, and so you will go back in under your other number. But hopefully this will solve any problems and everything that we've had. Now, if you do not renew, we don't have a date or anything set, but go on and get renewed. If you don't, then you're no longer going to be a Kentucky Proud member. So we definitely don't want to kick you out of the system. We want to make for sure that we keep you in there. So just make sure you go in and renew. So talking about Homegrown by Heroes, I'm going to turn it over to Allie. We're kind of doing a little tag team thing today, so I'm going to let her talk about the Homegrown by Heroes and our ag vets.
Awesome. Thanks, Sharon. So we are with the Office of Marketing. So Kentucky Proud is our overarching campaign, right? Consumers see that logo, they identify with that. And that's why we all want to get you guys registered with Kentucky Proud, because people want to support local and they want to know that they're doing so by buying your product with the label. So with Homegrown by Heroes, it's a kind of a similar approach. With this logo, consumers know that they're supporting Kentucky Proud locally produced products, as well as supporting Kentucky veterans. And so this program we have, Kentucky actually started it, right? And then it got picked up nationally, which we're very proud of that fact. It's really exciting, but we love to just give veterans that recognition in agriculture of the good things they're doing, and consumers, again, they want to support our vets. Kind of on the same note, we got a grant with K-Card. If you're not familiar with K-Card, we'll kind of touch more on that in a bit. But our Ag Vets grant is an internship program that we have used to get veterans transitioning out of the military connected to jobs in ag. And so we partner people getting out of the military, it kind of depends on their PCS date, with a farmer mentor. And that way they can really show them the ropes, get them set up in whatever industry they're interested in. So we talk to these members of the military and say, well, what are you interested in agriculture? Are you interested in cattle production, orchards? What do you want to see? And we make sure we partner them with a mentor that suits them well. So it's a really personalized approach to a CSP internship program. So we're really excited to have that grant and get people started in ag and feel supported.
So another one of the marketing programs that we've got, along with the Kentucky Proud, you've got to be Kentucky Proud first, but then you can join the Homegrown by Heroes, is Appalachia Proud. So do we have anybody from Eastern Kentucky? Great, and I know, and I say Eastern Kentucky, but this also goes as far over as Hart County, where Miss Joni or whatever was from. So what this Appalachia Proud is, we started looking at the different areas that we had, and the folks in Eastern Kentucky said, we want something that's going to make our product stand out from everybody else that's in the Kentucky Proud program. So that was kind of the birth and everything of Appalachia Proud. So if you are located in one of these 54 counties that's listed, you can participate in the Appalachia Proud as well. So you can use whatever logo you want, whether just a Kentucky Proud or we've got the Appalachia Proud logo. So talking a little bit about if you're a Kentucky Proud member. So, we say, what's the benefits to that? Well, first of all, it's going to get that recognition and everything of what your products are. It's going to make you stand out from just a normal thing that's maybe on a grocery store, or make you stand out maybe from somebody else that's selling next to you at the farmer's market. But also, we've got what's called point of purchase, or you'll hear us call it the POP grant, or Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant. We do have a table set up outside, so make for sure that you stop by and pick up some brochures and everything that we have. But the Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant, this is a grant that you can apply for being a Kentucky Proud member. Also, the farmer's market, if you sell at the farmer's market, that farmer's market is a registered farmer's market with us. They can also apply for the Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant. This can help you with advertising. This can help you with marketing, signage, radio ads, newspaper ads. If you've got shirts, if you want to do bags, reusable bags, as long as it's got the Kentucky Proud logo on it. Your radio ads, it has to have that Kentucky Proud and everything said in the script. But remember, you can fill this application out. I highly recommend for you to get that in before the end of the month, because if you send it in before the end of the month, it goes on the next month's review for Kentucky Proud. Each application that comes in is reviewed by our Kentucky Proud Advisory Committee, but make for sure you do not spend any money. Don't buy any radio ads or anything if you're trying to apply this under your Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant, because anything that is paid for or has done before you get the approval date will not be accepted. So just make for sure. This is a great program. It's a 50-50. Yes, ma'am. Okay, she was asking, we had a question from the audience, and she was asking, if you're only selling at the farmer's market, can you apply for this, correct? Okay. Are you a Kentucky Proud member? Okay. If you're a Kentucky Proud member, you can apply for this. You can do a radio ad, but what you want to do is you want to make for sure that you're going to market yourself as well as marketing at the farmer's market. But you can apply for this grant. If you're an individual, you're a Kentucky Proud member, you can apply for this grant. If you're a farmer's market, your farmer's market can apply for that and also buy and do radio ads, and they can advertise for the whole market. And like I said, it is a 50-50 cost share. Sometimes you've got to spend a little money to make some money. So this is a great opportunity, so please take advantage of this opportunity. Another program we've got is called Buy Local. In the past, it was known as Restaurant Rewards. The Buy Local program it's a win-win for everybody. What this program is, it's going to link you up with somebody. If you're a Kentucky Proud member, it's going to link you up with a restaurant, a chef, a school, anybody that could possibly purchase food from you and is signed up in the Buy Local program as a Kentucky Proud member, same thing as you, then they can get a certain percent of what they purchase. They can get that certain percent back. So I've had people say, well, how is that going to help me? I'm not getting money back. No, but you're gaining a customer. You're getting a customer. And the thing is, if you go to a restaurant, this chef at this restaurant may put your product and everything on the menu. So that's going to get you a little bit of promotion. We had a lady that had blueberries that she sold to a chef. The special dessert was blueberry cheesecake. And we had a lady or whatever that came in, and she ordered the dessert, and she said, these are some of the best blueberries I've ever had. Where did you get them? So, of course, the chef shared the information, gave the producer a new customer. So it's a great win-win for all. So the at-cost program we do have, if you are a Kentucky Proud member, we do have at-cost items that you can purchase from us. We do not make any money on these whatsoever. If we have to ship them, of course, we've got to charge you postage. But if you're in the Frankfort area, you can stop by our office. We have shopping bags. We have stickers. We have 3 different types of stickers. We have these for all of our programs. So we've got those for Homegrown by Heroes, Appalachia Proud, and Kentucky Proud. We've got price cards. We've got banners that you can put up, and you can also have them personalized. So make for sure that you take advantage of the at-cost items. So talking a little bit about what our office does, Allie and I are in, of course, direct farm marketing, but we're also under the Office of Marketing. And so that whole office actually looks at our Kentucky Proud members. And if you're in the Kentucky Proud system, we start looking at different avenues, different things to market. So farmers market, we'll skip over that. We had a commercial, but had a little bit of issues with that, so we'll skip over that. But farmers market time, you'll notice we kind of step the ball up a little bit and start promoting a little bit more during when the farmers markets are open. And if anybody sells at a farmers market, when is your downtime for the host season for the farmers market? This is a quiet group. When? Winter. August. We hear so many times that people will say our sales start dropping in August. Not Mason. Mason's sales start going up because he does agritourism. But the farmers market, the sales start dropping, and why is that? School starts, and a lot of times they're thinking more of school. They're buying school supplies. So we start kind of kicking in, knowing when some of the downtime is for the farmers market, and start doing some of the radio commercials for you. So instead of you always having to buy all of the commercials, we also have landing pages that we do on our Kentucky Proud that you'll see up there. During Christmas time, we'll market our Christmas tree farms, possibly places where you can get gifts. We also have, like I said, we've got the listing of the farmers markets. And then also in the fall is a big time in Kentucky for agritourism, right, Mason? I'm getting a thumbs up. But agritourism, we start trying to promote our agritourism locations to bring people out onto the farm. The one thing I want to say about COVID, we realized that during COVID, we thought things were going to shut down. It actually helped because it brought people out onto the farm because they felt more safe because they could do social distance. So it actually increased sales for a lot of our agritourism locations as well as our farmers markets. The folks that sells at the farmers market, first of all, thank you guys so much. You all knocked it out of the ballpark. Everything we threw at you, everything the governor's office threw at you, everything that CDC threw at you, everything the health department, all these guidelines and rules, you guys did an awesome job. You did not let that stop your markets from being open and continuing to offer those sales. So we appreciate that. So agritourism, what is agritourism? It's a great way for you to market your farm. This is one program that we also have as a category as well as farmers markets in our Kentucky Proud system. We have over 650 agritourism locations. We consider a farmer's market as an agritourism location. It's a happening place. It's a cool place to be. It's got a lot of different things. It's an educational spot. Why is that? Because customers can come in and talk directly to the farmers and find out how do you grow your food and talk about all the different products. So this is a program. Let me go back. Down at the corner, if you'll see, that looks like a reindeer, right? I think that's Muloff, I think is his name, and we actually do have a reindeer farm that's over in Bowling Green. So that is one of our agritourism locations. So Mason, do you have reindeers? They're pretty cool. They're really cool. He likes to show off too. One of the things too, how many knows that when Miss Kentucky is crowned, she becomes a member of Kentucky Proud. Not really a member, but she becomes an employee and a spokesperson for Kentucky Proud. Did everybody know that? I didn't know that either until after I started working for KDA and realized, we keep having all these Miss Kentuckys coming out and speaking. This has been a really neat opportunity for us. Of course, our reigning Miss Kentucky is Miss Haley Wheeler. She's from over in Powell County and just a doll. She has been great. She's never met a stranger. She does such a great job representing Kentucky Proud. Alex Frankie that you see there, I guess we were lucky. We had her for 2 years. She's probably going to be the only Miss Kentucky that gets to reign for 2 years, and that was just because of COVID. Well, I don't want to say she got bored, but she said, I want to do something different. She loved to do videos, so she went out to our agritourism farms, she went out to our roadside markets, and the picture there in the middle, you can see Brett. Brett is over from Sun Valley Farms. That is a horse farm and everything that is over in Woodford County, and as you can can tell, he was a little happy to be talking to Miss Kentucky. We went out and videotaped for most of the day, but this actually got out. She posted it on her Facebook page. She has a little bit of different folks than what we would normally market to and everything. So the outreach was absolutely amazing. So we were so excited about that. So talking about community-supported agriculture, the CSAs, I'm going to turn it back over to Allie.
All right, so if you guys aren't familiar with CSAs, a lot of you probably are. Stands for Community Supported Agriculture. It's basically a farm share box, a produce box subscription. And so through our office, we would love to encourage you guys, if you aren't already doing a CSA program, to start considering it for your farm business. Consumers love to be able to support local farmers and get a share every week. And that's just one way we can support Kentucky growers. These really took off during the pandemic as well, because we had some food chain supply issues. And so we really saw a big push toward local food, which was exciting to see. But we had our Kentucky Proud CSA Fair on Facebook this year, and the group is actually still active, and so it is CSA in Kentucky. You can go check that out. We have a lot of the videos still on the Facebook group, but this event really showcased and highlighted local farms that do CSAs, and this was so our consumers could figure out, okay, where's a farm that's close to me, who can I support with this produce share box. So if you're considering doing a CSA, talk to us. We can definitely consult you on some best practices for that. And then if you are doing that, we would love to promote you during this fair next year and just kind of get your name out to consumers.
So another way that you can link and you can connect into kind of your community is doing a farm to fork. We have a Kentucky Proud Farm to Fork grant that we do every year. This year we actually increased the amount a little bit. It's $750. What this is, we ask you to have a charity. So we ask you to have a 501c3. Sometimes a farmer's market is set up like that. Sometimes you have God's Pantry, food donations to, or you have FFA alumni, maybe a school board or something that you can do a 501c3 for. And you could be the host organization. You can invite people out onto your farm and you have a dinner. And what this is going to do, it's going to support agritourism. It's going to support your local farmers. It's going to highlight your local farmers, because the food, we ask for you to purchase items and everything directly from those producers. And that is how you can kind of get some of your money and everything back. And then also using Kentucky Proud on tickets, or using that logo, using it on tickets, the menu, just promoting the event as a Kentucky Proud event. And also, like I said, highlighting. These have been really interesting. You can have them in a barn, in a tobacco barn. You can have them downtown. We've had a lot of places that have shut down downtown. My husband, he doesn't understand these, because, you know, we used to raise tobacco. And so when I had to eat in the stripping room, I wasn't happy having to eat in the tobacco barn. So now I'll say, do you want to go to dinner with me? We're going to have dinner in a tobacco barn. He goes, why are you so excited? You weren't that happy with it years ago. So, but you know, the whole concept is just not the same. But take advantage of this opportunity. Like I said, it's a great way to promote. Alicia Morris is a contact person. We also have the applications and everything outside. So talking farmers markets, Allie, that's one of our favorite subjects.
Yeah. So we're all here to talk about farmers markets, right? So most of you probably manage one or sell at one, and if you don't, we definitely want to help you get started. But this, like I said, in the pandemic, this was something that really flourished, and we saw a big increase in. And so through our office, we get you registered with Kentucky Proud, your Kentucky Proud certified farmers market. You can use those promotional materials at your market. You're in our database. Consumers can find where you're at, the times, things like that. So that's why we had the updated database, so we have the updated times and dates and locations so people can find you guys and come out to your market. And then this year we put out our new manual. So Sharon and I edited this manual this year. I think it looks really nice, but that covers everything you need to know. So any question that might pop up that you want to ask us, feel free to ask us, but also feel free to check the manual. This is a PDF that's on our website. And it covers everything with like selling eggs, selling honey, market scales, food safety protocol, sampling. We'll kind of elaborate on that more in a second. But any question just with even how to set up a booth, marketing your booth at the market, promoting your own market. It's all in there. All the contact info of everyone at KDA that works with markets is in there. So this is a great tool that we put out every 2 years just to have for you guys as a resource. And we have copies available today, and it's a big document. So sampling certificates, this is through my office. I do sampling, and so if you're wanting to sample at markets, talk to me if you haven't already. But statistically, sampling sells, as you can see on the screen. So if you haven't offered samples yet of your product, I would definitely encourage you to consider doing so. So if you want to do cooked samples, this doesn't require any training. You just have to fill out the application, send it to me. It's kind of like a quiz format to make sure that you understand food safety protocol, and then I issue you a certificate. I send that to you, and you can display that at your booth, and that just shows that at a KDA certified farmers market, you are authorized to give samples. With a raw or uncooked sample, maybe like fresh fruit and veggies, for example, you need to take one of 3 courses. So that would either be the produce best practices training that's usually put on by the Extension office, and then the PSA grower training, also through the Extension office. That one's a bit more intensive. And then a food handler's class from your local health department. Any of these 3 things will work for us to certify you to do raw, uncooked samples. So we just want to really keep the consumer safety in mind when we issue samples. That's why we have this process. But yeah, email my office, talk to me, and we'll get you started with sampling.
So kind of selling at a farmer's market. You know, Ellie and I kind of talked about it, and you really think about it. So selling at a farmer's market, you never get, if you are going to the market for the first time and you're setting up, think about your booth, think about what you do. Because sometimes first impressions, you only get one chance. So you want to make for sure that when you're setting up, so you want to be the guy on the top. You don't want to be the guy on the bottom. You want to look at all of the different things that the guy on the bottom is doing wrong. I'm sure our produce safety team here can see all sorts of problems and issues. Right, Kellie? There's all sorts of issues. So when you're thinking about selling at a farmer's market, there's a lot of things that's going to go into it. First thing that you want to do is you want to think about your display. All right, I know you've been out in the garden that morning, you've been out in the field, and you've been picking probably for the last 2, 3, you were probably up 2, 3, 4 hours, probably before I even got up, or before your customers even got up. So I'm going to sit up here and I'm going to tell you, make your booth look pretty. You know, I know that you don't want to hear that, and the guys that come into the market, they don't want to hear that, but you've got to make for sure that you set yourself out from your neighbor, from your different ones, your other vendors there at the market. The big thing is you want to keep it clean. You've got to keep your booth clean. That is one reason because of food safety too. You've got to make for sure that the booth is clean, but also it's a safety issue. You don't want to throw your empty containers on the ground, maybe in front of your booth, behind you, because not only is it going to trip your customers, but it's going to trip you. And we don't want you hurt because you've got a lot of work to do. So talking about the different things of setting up at a farmer's market, you can do different levels. So if you'll notice, over to the top picture is the Bar Farms, and they set up, this was an older picture, and they set up over to Douglas Loop is where they were that day. And they do different heights to add different kind of, even add more room and everything to their table. But you always want to make for sure you've got a tablecloth and you've got maybe either... You can go back to use. Miss Jane was asking that you could not use tablecloths during COVID. During COVID, we had a lot of different requirements. During COVID, we asked you all not to even do any samples. During COVID, we said get your customers in and get your customers out. You've always heard me say a farmer's market is a social event. Miss Jane's been around me enough. She's always heard me say that. It's a party place. It's a happening place. Then you heard us say the last couple of years, get your customers, get them in, get them out. You know, try not to talk. Don't do sampling. Sampling is probably the one thing that hurt a lot of our producers because we said no sampling. The reason for that is because the touch points. and the communication that you had with your customers. We didn't want that during sampling. Is fair game. Sampling, you can go back in and do in sampling. We are recommending, though, for you to have a hand washing station at your booth if you are going to offer samples, just because we still have some things going around. So we still want to make for sure that everybody is very secure and keep everything very clean. Tablecloths, bring your tablecloths back out, put your tablecloths and everything back on the tables. Tipping your baskets, and Miss Jane has sewed at the Bluegrass Farmers Markets for years, and kind of knows, you know, your customer. You build your customer base up, but you may have Allie or myself maybe coming into the market, and we're new, so we've got to go in and build our customer base up. So just some of the tips or whatever that we found talking to some of the vendors, the different things that they've done. Colors, if you add colors to your table. Flowers is always a good thing to add to your table, because that always makes things so pretty and people coming in. And Joni, make for sure that I stay on time, do the little cut. Just to add some height, we've had a lot of people say, well, how can you add a height to your table? So we've done a little bit of a few different displays. Door stoppers, if you'll see the little door stoppers, those are good to take to the market and kind of give your basket a little tilt. The big thing is when your customers come up, you want to make for sure it's something that the customers can see from a distance. So if I'm walking by your table, I can actually kind of see what you already have instead of walking up and having to look over in a bucket or look over in a basket to see what you have. Make for sure that you've got signs, make sure you've got pricing. We'll touch on that a little bit more. The baskets, I've always said, you know, take a full basket. You've got the baskets full. As the market goes along, take a smaller basket and move it over. You don't really have to do that if you don't want to. You can put a bucket top in a basket. That allows still the baskets to look like it's full. Here is a couple of different options. Several of these are this pallet with the baskets on it, that's probably a little bit of a pain to move. If you're in a stationary location, that may be something good to use. But I did have a producer that made out of PVC pipe, the green basket holder that you'll see at the bottom. He was over in Carrollton, and he had a really neat, unique setup. It folded all down so he could carry it, he could put the baskets, and it gave actually a little bit more space for him. I will recommend, though, make for sure that when you're putting your products out, don't put anything hardly below your knees. And I'll go into a little bit more of a detail as why not to do that. Make for sure that you've got good signs when you go to the farmer's market. You want to make for sure you tell what the product is. I know everybody knows what green beans are, but if you got heirloom tomatoes, put on there heirloom tomatoes. Make sure you put the price. The reason why you want to put the signage and put the price is so nobody can come up and say that you're discriminating against them if you're taking nutritional programs, if you're taking food stamps. None of my markets do that. We did have one incident on somebody doing that on honey when they came in with a voucher and they said they raised the price up. But I don't believe that because nobody does that. But if you've got a price up and if you've got what the product is, nobody can say that. Plus, how many likes to talk? How many's been around Sharon Spencer and knows she never shuts up? All right, too many hands. But the thing is, not everybody likes to do that. I've got a friend that I travel with, and she doesn't like when you go in the store for somebody to say, can I help you? She says, I don't like that. And I said, but they're doing their job. And I said, it's kind of an icebreaker. If I need help, I'll tell them. But the same thing on the signs. If you don't have the signs and if you don't have your products where people can see it, you may have people that will walk right on by you because first, they may not want to talk to you and they may not want to ask what the signs are or ask what the products or what the prices are. So if you've got those out, folks can shop as they walk by, but also speak to people. When somebody is walking by you, speak to them. You're kind of luring them into you a little bit. But also take your products, sell your products as a package. You can do this. There is no requirements. There's no permits or anything that's needed unless you're chopping it up. So don't chop it up and then say, Sharon Spencer said I could sell it as a package without a permit. No, you can't. But you can do something like a salsa kit. Get a tomato, get a pepper, get an onion, get garlic. I think I mentioned everything, but everything that goes into a salsa. Put it in a basket, put a recipe in with it, and sell it as a salsa kit. You can also do like a stir fry kit, and you can just say, add chicken, add beef, and my neighbor's got beef, so make sure you stop there and get some beef. Here's the stir fry kit, everything that you need. Always make for sure, though, recipes always help. We've got Kentucky Proud plated up with the University of Kentucky. Has all sorts of recipes that you can imagine that you can put with your products and everything on your table. So body language. How many's big on body language? When you hear police talk, they pick up on body language when they're questioning maybe a suspect or something. It works the same thing at the farmer's market. It works the same thing as if you're sitting in a room with somebody or you're talking to somebody. So you come up to the market, and I'm standing, and I just broke your clicker. And I'm standing at the market, and you come up, and it's almost market closing time, and you came up and you said, well, I just got here, so what do you have? And you're like, I'm looking at my watch. I'm going to keep looking at my watch. Rolling my eyes. So what does that tell you? It tells you I really don't want to talk to you, right? My husband's always told me, you do not have to say a word, your eyes says it all. So I have to remember that, because I roll my eyes and stuff quite often. But as these two, and somebody asked me if that was a picture of me when I was a little girl. No, I wasn't that pouty. I'm just pouty now. But if you're standing like that, if you're checking your phone, remember back to that picture that I showed you of that guy, the right way and the wrong way. He was sitting back, he was checking, I think he was actually on his phone. But so make for sure if a customer comes in, stand up, greet your customer. If they have to find you or something behind your booth, they may go on and walk on, but stand up, greet your customer. Make for sure that if you're on the phone, just put the phone down or say, let me call you later, I've got somebody coming up. That is one way that it's not going to take away from your customer, because you want to make for sure that you're spending all of your time and everything with your customer. Because first of all, you're making a first impression, or you're making an impression. So you want to make for sure that you keep them coming back. They're walking by, and I thought, okay, they're going to keep walking. Hey, how are you doing today? Get a little bit loud or something. Your other vendors beside you may not be saying anything. Speak to them. Talk to them. Just say, hey, come over here and see what I've got for you today. I went to a farmer's market, and I was talking to one of my producers, and I always try to step over to the side when I go to the market because I don't want to interfere with a sale. A lady walked up, and she ordered some green beans, and I said, that's all you're going to get? You got to have potatoes. You got to cook potatoes with those green beans. You got to have tomatoes, and you got to have cucumbers. Let me tell you how my nanny fixed cucumbers. So she got cucumbers, she got tomatoes, she got green beans, she got potatoes. The guy said, you're not leaving. You're going to stay here for the rest of the market. But that's what you have to do. You want to make for sure that you talk to your producers, talk to your customers coming in. And, I had one of my producers or whatever from down in Western Kentucky. He said, Sharon, I don't get it. He said, they always come directly to us. And he said, all these other vendors are getting mad at us. If you watch at the farmer's market what maybe other vendors are doing, every time somebody took a tomato from the table, they were automatically putting another tomato in its place. When you go to the grocery store, you want to make for sure when you're walking through, it looks like you're the first customer there all day. It doesn't matter if it's in the morning or if it's at night. You want to do the same thing with your booth. Even though you may be running out of products, don't have one little single tomato or something sitting on the table, that's all I've got. Or if you've got some other little things, kind of bunch them together. If you've got 3 tables, you can condense down to maybe 1 table. But you want to make for sure your customers feel like they're welcome. You want to make for sure that, you've got the products and everything that's there. Or if you're running low, look at them and go, you got here a little too late. Come a little bit early next Saturday. Let me tell you what I'm going to have next Saturday. Or if you'll be here next Saturday, tell me what you want, and I'll try to save it for you. Sometimes just offering a little something like that goes a long way. Oh, back to the bottom. Whoops, I keep going the wrong way. I'm bad with clickers. So back to the bottom, at the very bottom. A happy customer tells a friend. An unhappy customer tells who? It tells everybody. It tells Facebook world. It goes on Facebook, and it just really haunts you on Facebook. So you always want to make for sure you try to keep the customer happy. So a special touch, this is over to Pendleton County Farmers Market. They do allow dogs and everything into the farmers markets. They, very kid-friendly, very dog-friendly, and they even set up a Barkle market, and that was for the dogs to go over and to get water and to also get dog treats and everything while they were there. But now remember, you all heard me, make for sure that if you set your booth up, don't set anything from your knees down, right? Why would I say that? If you offer to have a dog-friendly farmers market, you can bring your pet, you can bring your kids, you can bring your husband, you can bring whoever you want to bring, but do not put food products on the ground. First of all, it's a food safety issue. So don't put your products and everything on the ground. You want to make for sure that you've got them up high enough to where nobody can get to them. So, okay, I don't want to pick on the males, but male dogs. What's the first thing a male dog does? There you go. You put it in a nice way. Water the plants is what Miss Jane said. They mark their territory. So that territory could be your basket of potatoes. It could be your watermelon sitting on the ground. So now, do you think that the owner is going to pay you for that if they mark that? No, the dog may mark it, but the owner's like, I don't want that. So always make for sure that you've got products and everything that is at least setting up knee high, unless you've got a Great Dane or something that comes through the market, and you may even want to boost it up a little bit more. Identify your products. Kentucky Proud, homegrown by heroes, as Allie was telling you, and Appalachia Proud. Branding logos. Sometimes it's real important. They can almost see the name of your farm, your logo, and everything with not even saying a farm name. How many can identify those? Everybody can almost identify all of that. So when you see the golden arches, you know what that's going to be, right? I mean, you can see that off at a distance, so you know what it's going to be. And, of course, when you see the good trucks with that bow tie, you know what that's the smart truck to buy. I get a lot of comments on that, but those are logos that we asked also for our farms. Go in and do a logo for your farm. It makes you stand out from somebody else. You can do T-shirts, you can do hats. Don't forget, though, you can also use the Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant to do that. So if you create those logos, you can always do, and even on your tablecloth. Your tablecloth, they're going to see you before they even get to you because it's going to have your farm name or your farm logo on that. So how many likes cash? Nobody likes cash. Everybody likes cash. How many, if you went shopping today, you had enough cash to buy everything that you want to buy? No, but you've got what? A credit card? You've got a debit card? So if you want to buy something and you don't have enough cash, we ask for our markets for vendors, and a lot of our folks are realizing that. Take a credit card. Venmo, we've got a lot of people that's doing the Cash App, Venmo apps. That way they can transfer money. That's going to cost you a sale. If not, if you're just accepting cash only is a good thing. But you can also take another form of payment, and that's going to increase some of your sales. So back to our old buddy. So which one do you all want to be, the top or the bottom? No comments? Top or bottom, which one? Just shout it out. Good answer. Because first of all, the one on the bottom, when your customers walk up, hand them a shopping bag. Because if not, they're going to have their hands completely full. That's like when you go into a store and you've got things in your hands, the clerk comes up and goes, "Can I take those from you?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, I know why you want to do that. My hands are free, I can buy more." Same thing at a farmer's market. Again, you've got food spills, you've got scales that's kind of dangling. I don't know if I'd want him to weigh anything. Scales scales have to be for legal sale or legal trade, and they are also checked by the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, our regulation office. So we can actually come out to the farmer's market, we can come to a market meeting, and the scales and regulations, or the weights and measures, can check those for you. The guy at the bottom, I don't know why he's got his shoe off. That's definitely a food safety issue. But so we want to make for sure that you are treated just exactly up to the top. Social media is a big thing for our farmers markets and also for our farms. It's a great way for you to go out and to produce. I'm sorry, Allie, I think that was yours. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Leave it to the young person to talk about social media, right? First of all, if your market isn't on Facebook, and I bet most of your markets are, that's essential. That's how people check for the location, time, and your date of when they're hosting the market. And Facebook's also really great for updates of, hey, the weather's getting a little crazy this morning. We're going to delay an hour. More hour by hour weather updates. People post on Facebook a lot for that. I've seen that a lot. But with Instagram, some of you guys may not be as familiar. It's owned by Facebook. It's an app, and it focuses heavily on visuals. So it's just a photo-based app. This is huge for consumers. People go into Instagram, they type in like hashtag local farm, hashtag Kentucky proud, hashtag Kentucky CSA. They want to see what's out there. They want to see what your farm business is doing, what you're growing, what you have going on, sharing the ups and downs of the farm business. We know a lot about agriculture, most people in this room, but the average consumer doesn't. They want to learn, they want to see you in your element. And then if they see a flower farm, the production end of that they may have never seen before, they want to find you at the market and buy from you because they feel like they know your story, which is huge. And I actually had a shrimp producer who was trying to get through to a farm-to-table restaurant in Louisville, and he had called, he had emailed, he tried to talk to the manager to do sales with them for shrimp, and he just ended up doing an Instagram DM, and instantly he was their only shrimp producer that they worked with. And so his name is on the menu. People come to him for the shrimp because they had it at this restaurant and they want to come see what else he's got going on at his farm. And that was huge, and he got through on Instagram. So again, the restaurant was able to see his shrimp production process and that he had a legitimate setup and that he had a good thing going with the shrimp, and they wanted to work with him. So those visuals are huge for marketing. And so, yeah, the highs and lows of farming, consumers really want to see what you're doing and what's going on. They want to buy from you and support you.
Yeah, because old crabby Sharon is only good at Facebook when I can do Facebook. So, yeah, she's going to bring me into this century, I guess, talking about the Twitter. So, see, I don't know any of the Twitter, Instagram, and all that expert here. Some of the resources and everything that you can use. We've got Kentucky Farm Bureau has a certified farm market program, used to be called the Certified Roadside Market Program. This is a really good program to join. There is a fee to that, but they have decreased the fee. They are celebrating 27 years into this program. And if you look at the logo, that is a brand new, fresh logo that they started, I think, last year or year before last. I think it was for the 25th anniversary, they did a new logo. But they've got a lot of great educational sessions. You go into the Kentucky Farm Bureau news book that goes out to all of their membership. So probably over 500,000 members will get this, and it will have your name listed. But it's a really good resource to use. Training opportunities that we have. We get to partner with a lot of folks. So we partner with the University of Kentucky, KSU. We also partner with the Kentucky Horticulture Council. Cindy Finneseth, I think, will be here a little bit later to talk about what she does. This group is just great. They've got their hands involved in everything. We tag team with them on working with the Kentucky Fruit and Vegetable Conference. How many goes to the Kentucky Fruit and Vegetable Conference? If not, how many went this year? We all started calling it the Kentucky Fruit and Frozen Vegetable Conference. We didn't have no heat, but it was great. We didn't let anything stop us. Producers loved it. It's a great informational session. Cindy and her staff does an awesome job with this. It will give you the short course and everything for the Fruit and Vegetable Conference for 2021. We're getting ready to release the 2022 as well. Also, we just did a direct farm marketing summit. We partner with Kentucky Farm Bureau, the Hort Council, KDA, on doing this, and it's an informational session. These are the sessions from 2021. This year for 2022, there was a small fee and everything that was charged for that, and those sessions are going to be available out there on YouTube, so we will have those and everything available as well. But if you're looking for social media, if you're looking for marketing tips, anything at all like that, check that out. We also have, of course, the Kentucky Office of Agriculture Policy. Many folks knew that as the Governor's Office of Ag Policy. Now it is the Kentucky Office of Agriculture Policy. Very excited to have them over in the Kentucky Department of Agriculture team. They work with a lot of farmers markets. A lot of our farmers markets have pavilions and everything built with ag development funds. So reach out to them. They've got a lot of different programs and everything that they offer. We also have K-Card. Can't say enough about Alita and her staff. K-Card is just a wealth of knowledge, a lot of programs, a lot of grant workshops, but a lot of business planning. Business planning is great. If you're thinking about getting into something, it's great to talk to them. They will walk you through things that you didn't even imagine that you may need or information on. They can have that. So we do a lot of partnerships and everything with all of our groups that we talk about, including CFA. CFA is Community Farm Alliance. They work with the farmers markets and do farmers market support group, as well as Double Dollars. And Double Dollars program has been such a big deal and everything for our markets. Double Dollars increase sales for your nutritional programs, such as your SNAP, your food stamps, your seniors vouchers, and your WIC vouchers. They also offer a lot of workshops. We're going through with them. We're partnering with them, Grow Appalachia, Kentucky Horticulture Council, and UK on doing some trainings, and even with K-Card is even involved in that, doing some trainings for some folks, some of our markets that's involved in a grant program that they have available now. Can't leave off Kentucky State University. I'd get in trouble with Joni. Kentucky State University, of course, Third Thursday thing. It's always so cool, and I had somebody say, so what's the name of it? And I said, Third Thursday thing. Okay, well, did you forget the name? And I said, no, it's the Third Thursday thing. It's a really cool to have it like that. We greatly appreciate being the opportunity for us to come out, have KDA represented and everything. But you guys do so much. Joni has her hands in and everything on so many small farm grants. And it was really kind of cool because a lot of the meetings we go to, she'll say, that's one of mine, that's one of mine, that's one of mine. So I'll keep going, that's one of my producers, that's one of mine, that's one of my markets. So we fight over you all the time. But the opportunities that you've got, we can stand up here and talk about these things all day long. We can tell you what's available. You've got to take that extra step. Call us. We can help you walk through it. But you've got to take that extra step of applying for these grants and getting these opportunities and everything for your farm. They also have the Vegetable Mobile Processing Unit. They've got the MPU, which is the Mobile Processing Unit, but a lot of different workshops outside of Third Thursday things. So make for sure that you check out their schedule and their website. University of Kentucky Extension Service, I can't say enough good things about them as well. They have an office in all 120 counties. They support our farmers markets. A lot of them are our farmers market managers. They do cooking demonstrations. I mean, once you get that cooking demonstration and that aroma of that smell going, is absolutely wonderful. The cooking demos, we've even had Mason with KSU, Mason Crawford with Kentucky State University. He's also gone out and done some cooking demonstrations. And if you need a demonstration, get him. He's a really good cook. He makes it look very official. He looks like Chef Mason, so he does a great job. But the Kentucky Proud Plated Up Recipes are part of a program with University of Kentucky. They have those all in their extension office. So if you've got a product that you're trying to sell, you need a recipe for, check out their office. The Center for Crop Diversification with Brett Wolf and Dr. Tim Woods, and I'm probably leaving some folks out. Check out their website. This is their website that you can go into. They also have a Facebook page. They have all sorts of information that they provide for you. Everybody is trying to keep you updated so you can do your job better. And to keep you out of trouble and to keep you on the right track. So anything that you need help with, let us know. So the last one I was telling them, we did a session in Moorhead, and when I pulled this up, it looked like Japanese or Chinese, the links. So this is actually, you can tell. We've got a Facebook. We've got, as Allie says, a Twitter, an Instagram. If you need questions on those, talk to her. We've got a website. Our website has all of the forms, all of the information. Produce Safety Team's going to be coming up here shortly, and they have their information and everything out there, everything that you need. We do have a copy of our Farmers Market Manual. We've got enough for everybody, so if you want one, just check us out there. We've got Farm to Fork. We've got everything that you may need. So any questions before we're going to turn this over? Is everybody still awake? Alrighty, if not, you may want to take a picture of this. For all of your questions, if you have any questions, everything answered, call Allie. If you've got any complaints, call Allie. Anything else, all the fun stuff, call me. So, but anything that we can help you with, let us know. But any questions? If not, we're going to turn it over. Joni, thank you all so much. KSU team, thanks guys for having us out.
Thank you, guys.
Show's over.
Don't be breaking our stuff now, Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate you and all that you do as well. Right now, if you're good, like as long as you're here today, you can stop by out there and get one of those farmers markets manuals. If you're not here and you're watching us online, feel free to email me, and I'll be more than happy to send you the link to that online as well. Next up, we have Mark Reid, and he's going to be talking about our Produce Safety Alliance, and he's got a few team members with him as well that he's going to be introducing. Mark, thank you again for being here today.
Thank you, Joni. See if I can first of all operate the technology. Here we go. So this is everything you need to know about produce safety in Kentucky. It's a whole lot, so we're going to talk really quick. So first of all, with me, I do want to introduce a couple of my helpers. First of all, Kellie McFarland, who will be co-presenting with me in just a few. And also, we've got Casey Newcomb with our University of Kentucky partners. So I want to give you just a little bit of a background on produce safety and why we care about produce and the role that produce might play in some unfortunate foodborne illnesses. And then Kellie and Casey are going to talk to you about some of our new rules and regulations that's going to help you make sure that you ensure that you're selling only safe, wholesome, and unadulterated produce. So these are just some basic facts from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. How many people get sick each year from foodborne illness, and what kind of foods are those? So we'll try to answer how much produce is involved, but we probably won't have any specifics. But about 48 million people each year get sick from foodborne illness. About 120,000 of those folks end up in the hospital, and people die from foodborne illness. Some 3,000 people die. So what might give us, what I would call normal, healthy people, maybe the 24-hour stomach bug, could actually result in serious illness up to and including death for those high-risk groups. How many of you know somebody that's elderly? How many of you know somebody that's pregnant? How many of you know children under the age of 5 or 6? How many of you know a transplant patient or maybe a cancer patient that's on chemotherapy? So those are what we call the high-risk groups that could really experience some bad results in terms of foodborne illness. If you watch the news, read the newspaper, you'll see a lot of headlines like this that doesn't really give produce a lot of good PR sometimes. And we know you're produce farmers, you're proud of what you produce, and we want you to continue to be proud, and we want you to continue to produce a safe product. But these are just some of the headlines of all these produce-related recalls or foodborne illnesses relative to produce items. And this is actually probably about 2 years old now. I keep a collection of these news article headlines, so I've got to actually update this, but this is all within the last couple of years. So when we talk about foodborne illness and what makes us sick and what particular germs or bad bugs are most related to produce items, we've got bacteria, parasites, and viruses, but the bacteria that you probably heard of the most is Listeria, a big mean-sounding bug called Listeria Monocytogenes. There's E. coli 015787, and probably everybody's favorite, I say that trying to be humorous, but not really, Salmonella, which we've all heard of as well. Parasites, Cyclospora, Cryptosporidium, and Giardia. And then there's also some viruses, though, that are quite common to produce, including Hep A and another one called norovirus. And that's the one, if you've ever really actually had the 24-hour bug, chances are that's what actually has caused it, is norovirus. So what about produce? Let's try to distill some of those numbers down to produce. We know from 1998 to 2008, there were about 455 produce-related outbreaks that were reported that resulted in some 16,000 people ill, again, from eating produce. And then we know that there were more than twice that reported in the prior 25-year span between 1973 and 1997. So what we really know is that we're becoming better at detecting foodborne illness, and as the science improves, we also know that there's a lot of pathogens related to produce and some of the way that produce is grown or harvested and transported. So this looks like a real complicated slide. I'm not going to really go into it, but this is basically saying what foods are most commonly associated with what bugs. So we're not going to go over all these, but this is Salmonella. So if you'll look at the arrows, these are produce items that some or all of you may actually grow. So there's fruits, seeded vegetables. I'm not exactly sure what other produce is, but then vegetable row crops and sprouts. So how many of you actually grow any of those items? E. coli, this is a really big one that scares us, particularly E. coli 0157H7. How many of you grow these crops? How many of you sell these crops at your farmer's market locations? Vegetable row crops, fruits, there's that other produce again, seeded vegetables. That's probably like your watermelons, your cantaloupes, some of the melon type items, and then once again, sprouts. In the old days, when I first started in public health, when we heard of E. coli 0157H7, this is way back in the early 1990s, we associated that disease with eating hamburger or ground beef that was not cooked long enough to kill that organism. How science and foodborne illness has changed. Today, it's now estimated that over 60% of all E. coli 0157H7 cases are related to produce items that have now been contaminated. So your lettuce, your leafy greens, those types of items. So another bug, Listeria Monocytogenes, another bacteria we talked about again, you hear a lot with produce, particularly fruits. So how many of you grow these items? Fruits, vegetable row crops. There's a whole lot of other produce included in this one, and then again, sprouts. And seeded vegetables is way down on the right-hand side. Not a lot of Listeria with seeded vegetables, but we do see a lot of Listeria with fruit-type items. So think about this real quick. What is the worst thing that could happen to you as a farmer's market vendor or as a produce farmer? What's the worst thing? Well, the last probably 10 or 12 slides have probably given you a good idea, right? The worst thing that could happen is maybe somebody getting ill from product that you've grown from your farm and officials being able to connect the dots back to your farm. So here's a good statement before I get into the worst that can happen. To my knowledge, we have never had an outbreak related to produce from any of the bugs that I've mentioned of from produce grown in Kentucky. That's the key word. So that's actually a good thing. It doesn't mean that it's never happened. It means that I'm not aware of it, and maybe we never connected the dots. There have, however, been a lot of worst case scenarios from people getting sick in Kentucky from produce. And this is one of the best and maybe the worst examples I can show you. How many remembers back in 2012, the produce-related outbreak? It was salmonella related to cantaloupe. Anybody remember that? That was the summer that everybody said, don't eat cantaloupe. From where? Well, nobody knew at the time from anywhere. Just don't eat it to be safe. So for months and months and months while we investigated that, people were told not to eat cantaloupe. Eventually, we determined that the cantaloupe that made well over 250 people sick across 24 states and actually killed 3 people, that cantaloupe we eventually determined came from a farm in southern Indiana. I'm not going to mention the name of that farm, but it was well publicized at the time. And what do you think it did for that farm's reputation or business when they connected the dots there? So that's the worst that could happen, or one of the worst things that could happen in terms of produce safety. And I think I'm going to probably, after this slide, do I keep on going for a little bit? Okay, so anyway, as a result of some of this bad and scary stuff I'm sharing with you, over the years, the FDA and the CDC have been looking at ways that we can make our produce safer. One of those things is the Food Safety Modernization Act that was actually signed into law back in 2011, I believe, by President Obama at the time. And as a result of FSMA, around 2016, there was also another rule that was specifically produce related called the Produce Safety Rule. And that is actually for the first time ever in probably the history of food safety that FDA started requiring inspections of some farms, some on-site farm inspections. Now the good thing in Kentucky I want to share with you real quick, I think Kellie may re-emphasize this, not every farm, not every grower in Kentucky will be inspected. Those inspections are based upon the size of your farm, your sales. Kellie and Casey will get into that. But in the event that you are a farm that's inspected, and we do have some farms that we're inspecting, you do not have to worry about somebody from the Food and Drug Administration, from FDA, stepping onto your farm and having a look around. If you are a farm that what happens to fall under the category of inspections, it would be someone from our office, from my office, the Kentucky Department of Agriculture. More specifically, the same division that Sharon and Allie are from, the KDA Office of Ag Marketing. So we are farm friendly. We want to help you succeed. And I'm going to skip this slide. This just kind of goes over again some of those produce items and commodities that are pretty popular in terms of foodborne illness. And I'm going to stop at this slide, and I'm going to turn it over, whether or not I'm supposed to or not, I'm going to turn it over to Kellie, who looks like she's just itching to get started. So out of all the produce items, there's a whole bunch of commodities, right? How many of these do you grow? And these are 7. These are 7 commodities that the FDA calls priority commodities. These are the 7 most common produce-related items that farmers grow across the United States that have the most chance of becoming contaminated and making somebody sick. Why these 7? Does anybody see anything in common with these 7 commodities? There's probably a few things, but anybody see something that really stands out? Ooh, good one. Gold star for this lady right here in the middle. The main thing is all of these items are commonly eaten raw. They're not cooked. Think about some other things for these items. Are they grown in the ground or near the soil? What else do they have in common? But the big one is that they are commonly consumed raw. So whatever contamination gets on that product is there to stay until somebody eats it and maybe becomes sick. And here we go. I think I actually just answered this question. So those things were called raw agricultural commodities. Again, the reason we're concerned about those is they don't actually get cooked like some other foods that we eat, and that cooking is something that can actually kill some of those germs that can make us sick. So that's what these things have in common, is they are often consumed in the raw state. So with that, I am going to turn this over to Kellie to talk about some of the new rules, what FSMA means and what the produce safety rule means, and what it might mean for you all as a farmer's market vendor or a farmer for that matter. So Kellie?
All right, so like Mark had mentioned earlier, FSMA was signed into a law in 2011. It is the most comprehensive food safety reform since the 1930s. So a lot of the time before this, they were focusing in a restaurant or at the market or at the stores, but nobody was focusing on the farm. So eventually they decided that food safety does begin on the farm, and that's where the produce safety rule came into play. So this became effective into Kentucky in 2020, and that included on-farm inspections. We have a team of all Kentuckians, like Mark had mentioned before. We all come from an ag background too, so we know exactly what you're going through, the day-to-day process of growing produce, and we relate to you guys. We're not coming onto the farm to shut you down, to tell you everything you're doing wrong. That is not our intent in any of this. And then I also came from a produce farm. I grew up at farmers markets my entire life, all the way. I can remember I was probably 3 years old sleeping in the back of a car while my parents were selling at the farmers market, because I was up way too early for that. I did not want anything to do with that at the time. But then eventually I became working at the farmers markets, and then became the farmers market manager for another farm in Georgetown. So I know all about it. I know what it takes to go into it, and I also know that you probably don't want regulators on your farm, right? My dad, if you told my dad back in the day that somebody was going to come to their farm and inspect him, he would have called the cops on you probably with a shotgun, because he would not want you there. So I get it. So we are a team of Kentuckians. Mark Reid, that you just met, was the program manager. We have Tyler Goodlett. He is the compliance and enforcement officer. I am Kellie McFarland. I'm the education, outreach, and farm inventory coordinator. Then we have Ryan Mayers. He's the West Kentucky field representative, and we are currently hiring for an Eastern Kentucky field representative. And if you look in the bottom picture, when I say Eastern in Western Kentucky, it's not Eastern Kentucky that we mentioned earlier. It is Elizabethtown East is the Eastern Kentucky, and then Elizabethtown West is West Kentucky. So if you live in any of those counties, these are the two people you'll contact. So a summary of the rule. Produce safety focuses on a few things. The first one is worker health, hygiene, and training. So making sure everybody that works on your farm knows how to properly wash their hands, the products, and knows exactly what they're doing. Soil amendment, so making sure you're not putting raw material directly on your produce and then harvesting it. Wildlife, domesticated animals, and land use. So we recognize that there are going to be wildlife in your farm and in your fields, but we're just saying watch out for them and know what to do and what not to do if you see scat on your produce or anywhere near it. Ag water, this one is changing a little bit right now, so I'm not going to go into much detail about that, but making sure your water is clean, that you're putting on your produce before and after harvesting. And then post-harvest handling and sanitation, so again, washing your hands and your products and anything that your products are touching. So the KDA rule, the produce safety rule in Kentucky, adopt the federal one by reference, so it's pretty much the same. There are a few things that changed in Kentucky. So if you grow over 25,000 in produce sales, you have to take a PSA training. It is a 7-hour course, 1 day, and Casey will go into a little bit more detail about that later. And then there's a few other things that we can do with this rule. And like Mark mentioned earlier, just because you grow produce doesn't mean you're covered under the rule. There are a few exemptions from it. So if you grow, so covered farms are if you grow over 25,000. So if you grow less than 25,000 in produce sales, then you are completely exempt from the rule. There is one more thing you have to do no matter what, but I'll get to that in a second. So all the inspections and everything I just mentioned it doesn't matter to you right now anyway, because if you grow less than 25,000. So covered produce is foods that are commonly consumed raw, like we mentioned earlier. So lettuce, greens, tomatoes, anything like that. So if you are only growing pumpkins, that is, you don't consume pumpkins raw. So that's an example of something that if you're only growing pumpkins, you're automatically exempt from the rule as well. So covered activity is growing, harvesting, packing, and holding. So if you're doing any of those, then you could be covered under the rule. And then it does not apply to produce that is consumed raw. Produce that is you are processing. So if you're growing tomatoes only to make tomato juice, then you're not covered under the rule either. So exemptions. So you can be micro-exempt. That pretty much means that you grow less than 25,000. You look at your sales, and then you're automatically out of the rule. So we do have an application outside for that. And then I'll get to the certificates in a second too. And commercial processing. So if you're growing tomatoes only to make tomato juice to sell, then you're automatically exempt. So if you grow over 25,000, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are covered under the rule. There is another step to it. This is where things get a little confusing. So if you're over 25,000, then we start looking at your food sales. That means your cattle, your concession stand foods, all of that is considered a food sale, and your grains. So if all of that is over 500,000, then you cannot be exempt from the rule. But if that is under 500,000 and you're selling to an end user, so you're only selling at a farmer's market where the people are buying, that your customers are buying directly from you, then you can be what we call qualified exempt. And this is just a flow chart going through all of that. So if you're not quite sure, you can find this on our website. And I think I have one outside too that'll walk you through it. But I'll kind of just skip over this because I just went through all of that. So if you're still not sure if you're exempt, whoa. What just happened? I did both ways. Is that it? There we go. You just went through our entire slides. Okay. So if you're not sure if you're covered under the rule or not, then come talk to us afterwards and we'll walk you through it. So we do offer certificates. This is the certificate of compliance. So this means you have been inspected. We give you the certificate and you can post it at your farmer's market, at your store, anything, and that's just so you have it there. And then we have certificate of exemption. So if you are either qualified exempt, process exempt, or just micro exempt, then we can have this too. You can have this to post at your farmer's market, your store. If we come, we probably won't come bugging you, but if we do, you can show us the certificate saying you've done everything correctly. And then I have applications for both of these exemptions outside at our table. So one of the requirements with the rule, no matter how much your produce sales volume is, you have to fill out one of these surveys. It is just a few questions. It's pretty much your farm name, what do you grow, and there's a space to mark if you're less than 25,000. So once you fill this out, you're pretty much done. We won't contact you probably ever again. So no matter what you sell, if you grow or sell produce, you do have to fill this out. So our motto, like I might have mentioned this before, it is educate before you regulate. We are not coming to your farm to shut you down. We're not coming to your farm to look for something you've done wrong in the inspections. If we have to inspect you, more than likely it's not going to be the first time we're on your farm because we offer so many things to get you ready for an inspection. So we have been going to outreach events like this and talking to farmers and collecting these cards. And our goal is to make sure you understand the rule forwards and backwards before we ever come to your farm. And then Casey.
Thank you. Can I have the clicker? Yep. So as Mark mentioned, I'm the one that's not like the others. I am with the University of Kentucky, and I'm an extension associate where I specialize in produce safety. So I'm not the regulator, but I work very, very closely with KDA, and I love it. I have some business cards with me, so if you think I'm cool, get my business card. But I'm going to get into the Produce Safety Alliance grower training that we talked about. As we said, if you are a covered farm, you might need to take this PSA grower training course. I like to suggest it to everyone, even if you're a small grower, even if you're a large grower, even if you're exempt, all those great things. This is a really great course to just give you all the information you need to know about produce safety. So this is a all-day training. We are doing it both remote and in person now this year. Like I said, this talks about everything you need to know with produce safety. So we get into all that regulation that Kellie talked about earlier. We also get into best practices of everything you could possibly do to make sure that you're safe. The reason I suggest this to even small growers is because there could be really little things that you could make changes at your operation that could make sure that your produce is even more safe. You could, a lot of things we talk about that some people don't think about is like footwear. If you have a small operation and you have cattle as well as produce, and you go from a cattle field over into your produce field, that could bring in contamination. So we talk about that. And that's a very simple little thing that even small scale growers can change to make sure that they're changing their footwear or cleaning their footwear to make sure that they're not bringing contamination into their produce field. And so that's why I suggest it to everyone, because it is really great. It is at no cost to our Kentucky residents. That's for our training materials with like the manual as well as the certificate at the end of the training. If we're in person, there might be a fee for lunch, but usually we try and keep it very minimal. This course, like I said, is required if you are a covered farm. And our upcoming one is May 10th. It's going to be in Breathitt County. The May 10th one will be $11 just for a good meal. But I will say our enrollment is very low for this one. So if you're near the Breathitt County area, please sign up because we want to have you. And there's plenty of spaces available. So please, please, please register. Grab my business card after if you want to register, and I can just email you the flyer. Make it really easy on you. So another thing we offer are on-farm readiness reviews. I like to think of produce safety with KDA as kind of stepping stones. So first thing you have to do is fill out that farm survey card like Kellie talked about. That's your number one thing you have to do across the board. Everyone needs to do it. We need those surveys in. The next thing you can do if you're a covered farm or if you just want more produce safety knowledge is take that PSA grower training. Then the next thing you can do before an inspection is do these on-farm readiness reviews. This is a really, really, really great, wonderful program that we offer. The people that would be coming to these on-farm readiness reviews are going to be your inspectors as well as UK people. So they can tell you what to expect on an inspection, but this is completely voluntary. It's completely free for growers. We'll come on your operation. You might see any of the three of us, and we'll discuss what's going on in your operation. We'll give you some tips and tricks of things you could do better to make sure you're safer. And we might notice things that you're doing amazing, and we're like, yes, please keep doing this because this is great. Another great aspect of this is all the notes we take, we leave with you. So anything we see, we leave with you for you to possibly fix or to continue doing, just so you're aware before an inspection. And I will say, you should be very proud as a Kentucky grower because most of the on-farm readiness reviews we do, the inspector, if they're with us, they will go ahead and schedule your inspection date because most Kentucky growers are doing great and they're ready to go for an inspection. So that's something you should be very, very happy about. So then we also offer some resources. One thing we notice a lot of the times is when you're in the middle of the produce field, you don't have a sink to wash your hands. So we need to be washing our hands because that's a way to cut back on contamination. And so we're thinking about in the future doing a brochure publication, something like that, of our own to help our growers with building a portable hand washing station. This one in the picture here, we took a couple publications, some blogs, and we were like, you know what? We're going to try and build one. Just, if we can do it, just about anyone could do it. And so that's what we did. And we were like, wow, look at that. That looks pretty good. It's got soap. It's got paper towels. We got a catch bin. So if we can do it, just about anyone could. We made this so that it could go onto a trailer or the back of a truck, so that you could have a portable hand washing station. And then some other resources we offer is UK and KDA have put together some posters. We have a wildlife poster, toilet use, U-Pick, I'm forgetting the others. We have quite a few posters that are free to growers. Signage is really important on an operation to make sure people are doing what they need to do. So if you'd like any of those posters, feel free to reach out to me and I can get those mailed to you. It's a really great resource. Another great resource we have, you heard Kellie talk about all of the regulation, and I know for me that goes over my head pretty quickly. And so something we offer is a publication that is Kentucky specific for the produce safety rule. And so this is going to be a living and breathing document that will change if the regulation changes, and we want to make sure that we keep it updated for you all. All you have to do is read that publication. Kellie, do we have some of those today? We have some of those today if you want to grab that just so you have it now. It goes into everything you need to know about Kentucky produce safety rules. So about the sizes of operations, about the requirements for covered farms, what covered farms are, all that good stuff is in that publication. So that is at your disposal, and we want you all to read it and just be aware. One really important thing, as KDA says, they like to educate before they regulate, and so that's what we're trying to do. We want you all to know everything you could possibly need to know about produce safety and be ready to go for inspections if that's something you need to do. And we are the resources for you all. If you have any questions at all, reach out to us. We're here to make sure that you all are prepared and having the safest products out there. We are so proud of Kentucky and that we don't have any, that we think of starting in Kentucky farms produce recalls. We are so proud that we haven't had that. So let's keep it that way. We want to make sure our produce is safe. We can use it as a marketing tool. We can be like, we've got the safest produce. How great is that? And so it's not only is important because we're keeping people healthy, but it's also important because it makes us look really, really good. And all of that is on the KDA website. So under, I think it's like KDA Plant, and then you find Produce Safety Program, and everything is there. So what should you do as a farmer's market member, or even someone that is in charge of a farmer's market, or someone that wants to get into a farmer's market? First thing we need you to do is that survey card. If you grow produce and you sell it, please fill out that survey card. If you have friends that they need to fill out that survey card, tell them it's on the website, so you can just pull up a link and be like, here, quick, fill it out right now, 2 minutes, real quick. Also, if you are exempt, which a lot of people might be for being a micro exemption, fill out an exemption application, and then just do produce safety on the farm and in the market. Like Sharon showed, the guy with his feet up, his shoes off, his vegetables are rolling all over the ground. Don't do that because it's not safe. So with that, here's all of our contact information. Like I said, I also have business cards. I'm sure they have their business cards here too. Take a picture of this. We're at your disposal. Please utilize us. And are there any questions? Yes.
Have problems, and I see there's no safety, no remarks on any of that. What are you going to do with that?
I am trying to think specifically. I think microgreens fall under sprouts. Don't some of them fall under sprouts?
Sprouts and microgreens are separate.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, you are correct, and I can't explain the science of sprouts and microgreens to you right now, but there is a specific difference. There's a whole lot of more stringent rules and regulations on sprouts, as you know, and I think it's more like with microgreens, you're not pulling up all of the roots that you eat as well. However, if you are growing microgreens and they're going to be consumed raw as part of a salad, that would fall under that lettuce and leafy greens section, if that answers your question. So I think Joni's about ready to give me the hook anyway. So we'll share, I'm not sure if we have time for any more questions or not. I'll let Joni answer that. But Kellie, Casey, and myself will be back. We do have a table outside, so we'll be here at least until lunch. Some of us maybe even a little after that. So if you do have any questions, feel free and come to us. One last thing, and here's your test question. What is the first thing, and maybe really the only thing, that every grower has to do that's the first step in compliance with these new rules? It's this little card right here. Yes, this applies to anybody and everybody, and Kellie's got, I think, a boatload of those out there. If you haven't already completed this card, we would ask that you do so before you leave today. So, Joni, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mark and Casey and everybody. I appreciate y'all being here today. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a like 2 or 3 minute break. We can go out and get some water, run to the restroom if you need to, and we'll start back up with Cindy Finneseth with Hort Council here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, if everybody would go ahead and start making their way back in here, we're going to go ahead and get started with the next session here in just a second. We ready? Good. Okay. Thank y'all very much again for being here. We're going to go ahead and start off our next session with the Kentucky Horticulture Council programs. Miss Cindy Finneseth is here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I am really glad to be here. It's been a while since I've been at a third Thursday, so I'm real happy to share a little bit about our organization and our programs. And certainly, do I need to stay right here? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll stay right here then. I thought Mark got to walk around, so I thought I got to walk around. So just to, let you know a little bit about the Hort Council and some of our programs, and certainly ask any questions that you have or follow up with us afterwards. And I'm just going to hit on some of our major programs, but just horticulture in Kentucky, these are some of the numbers. I'm not going to really go deeply into those. But, at the Hort Council, we cover everything horticulture, everything from the arborists to vegetable producers, everything in between. So it really does cover a lot. And that's very exciting because horticulture is continuing to grow in Kentucky, and definitely the different industry segments have a lot of growth potential and a lot of opportunities for producers in Kentucky. So just a little bit about Hort Council. We're a coalition of the different member organizations, so vegetable growers, fruit growers, Kentucky Arborists Association. There's 12 different groups that are part of the council. And these are the major areas in which we work. Really, we're about improving production capacity for growers, helping growers and service, green industry businesses expand their market opportunities. Overall elevation of the industry, just helping people understand that yes, we do grow a lot of things in Kentucky, and there's opportunities there to engage with their local growers. And then, of course, to increase partnerships. So things like collaborating with KSU and other groups. Been around since 2001 and trying. My goal is in the next year to be sure that we're having some kind of project or activity in every county. We're pretty close. Last year we hit 102 counties, so just a few more that we've got to be sure that we have collaborators in and do projects in. So if you're in any of those white counties on the map, let me know and let's do a project in your county. So our primary programs that we've been working on the last couple years, and then certainly our priority areas for 22, grower promotion. That's something that we always want to do, is help people understand what's available in Kentucky and how they can engage with growers. Small fruit crops has been a priority area for us, so crops like strawberries, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, a lot of potential for that in Kentucky, a lot of really strong market prices, so and also can be grown on small acreages. So those kinds of crops can really be a good enterprise for growers in Kentucky. Farm to school is another area in which we work. Anything that we can do to help growers connect up with food service directors or other types of feeding programs, we definitely want to do what we can there. Crop insurance, specialty crop growers are notoriously low participators in crop insurance programs. So we've been doing a lot around education to help growers understand the different instruments that are out there to help manage risk and the different programs and how to navigate those different programs. And that's one of our programs I'll talk about a little bit deeper. And then food safety, I was really glad to see our friends from the produce safety team here. We work very closely with them on food safety initiatives and trainings. GAP certification, if you're really small scale, this is probably not something you're thinking about yet, but if you decide to get into some types of buyers, GAP certification may be required. So if you want to sell into Kroger, Walmart, Meijer, some of those big retail operations, third-party audits may be required, and I'll talk a little bit about our program there. And then sustainable practices, that's something that we're always interested in helping growers with. And then value chain assessment. And that is kind of a complex area, but we have a program that we're working on right now where we're looking at the whole value chain and where we can really put some investment in to help growers get more products out to consumers. So I mentioned this, horticulture is growing, very exciting industry to be part of. Consumers, certainly in the last few years, have been much more interested in engaging with their local farmers and purchasing locally grown products, whether it's through a farmer's market or other types of retail operations. We know that there's at least 5,000 specialty crop producers, so orchards, diversified farms, small fruit crop growers, all those different kinds of operations. And then, of course, we're talking farmers markets today, and there's lots of opportunity there, lots of infrastructure available to growers through the farmers market infrastructure. So some of the things that we do around grower promotion, I mentioned that's one of our priority areas. Fresh Fridays is one of our programs, so if you don't follow us on social media, I would encourage you to. One of our staff members, her name is Bethany, she works with local growers to highlight their farms, and then she will make a recipe using products sourced from those local farms. So every Friday she does a new recipe and talks about the farm that she visited, and then she'll post lots of images on social media and tag the farm, different things. So if you are interested in having your farm featured, definitely connect up with us and let us know, because we're always looking for new farms all across the state to be able to feature. And it's been a really great program, and any of those recipes at all, you're welcome to use and distribute if you would like to. But that's every Friday that she does one of those. And then Tuesday take-alongs, and this is related to farmers markets. So Bethany visits different ones around the state, and she'll do a feature on those markets, and she'll tag the vendors and have pictures and different things. So if your market would like to be featured, that's another way to connect up with us, and we can help put a little publicity out there for the local market on a Tuesday. And those are at no charge to the grower or to the market. That's just part of what we'll do, is come out to highlight those and help share that visibility out to the different social media channels that we use. And then What's Growing Wednesday is something that's a little bit less about produce, and it can be ornamentals. So if you also are doing hanging baskets or bedding plants or something like that, that's something that we would feature on a What's Growing Wednesday. And there's just some pictures there on the slide of some of the farms and markets that have been featured. And that's something, these are things that we do year round, and then we have some more seasonal type promotions that we do. One is the virtual fair for CSA operations. We partner with several different organizations to do that, and we just had the spring one. We'll do another one in the fall. So if you do have a CSA component to your business, definitely let me know, and let's be sure and have you on the list there, because those have been really popular with consumers, and it's a great way to sell shares and reach customers in a more kind of geographic region that we're happy to help with. And then coming up in July, we have our Kentucky Grown Cut Flower Month, and that is coinciding with the American Grown Cut Flower Month. So if you do have cut flowers that's part of your operation, we'd love to feature you as part of that promotional campaign. And then National Farmers Market Week, things that KDA does, things that the National Farmers Market Coalition does, we try to promote those. That's usually in the middle of August. So that's something that we like to really highlight during that time and all of the year about the different farmers markets that are going on. And I mentioned that already about the fall CSA fair that we've got planned. So I mentioned farm to school before, and this being one of our priority areas. Every local community has a school in it, and those schools are serving food, and so that's a great way to get, and of course, I don't want to discount all of the livestock people because I'm really more focused on produce, but there are definitely opportunities there to get products into the local schools. So that's something to think about if you haven't done that yet. We do recognize that not every school is a great option. They may or may not source from local growers, but we do have some really great food service directors across the state who will work with growers to make it to make it work out. And that can be very small volumes. You don't have to provide all of the lettuce all year long for the salad bar. A lot of times they'll do a special program, or they'll work with you to get, enough watermelon to do one lunch at one school. So there's some definite opportunities there. And then thinking towards summer, a lot of schools do summer feeding programs, and that's a great way to get produce into some of those school systems. School breakfast programs, snack programs, there's a lot of different ways to get produce into the local school system. So that's something, KDA has a farm to school program, and we work very closely with Tina Garland to help growers connect up with those different opportunities. So if that's something that you're interested in, we're happy to help you connect up with different programs in your area. And don't feel like you have to be focused on your county or your school district. You can go across county lines, or you could go a couple counties over if that school system is much more interested and receptive into buying local produce. And I apologize, I just don't know that much about getting meats and eggs and that sort of thing into schools, but I think you can probably do that. And these are some of the activities that we've been doing. I mentioned this about just direct connections between growers and the food service directors. We have developed a snack food with local growers that meets the nutritional requirements of schools, and it's all completely sourced from Kentucky. And it's a great product, and I don't know if any of you have had a chance to taste it at different events where we've been. Our problem right now is getting it to a price point that makes it attractive to food service directors. So that's our next step, is looking at the kind of economy of scale and how can we get that price point down. We've done some promotion with individual growers who have put products into schools, doing kind of, it's not like a baseball card, but it's kind of that concept of talking about the grower and having a picture of them on the front and information on the back. And then we've done virtual farm tours, and certainly that's something, if you want to put together a farm, like a virtual farm tour to share with your local school system, we can help you with a little bit of that. We're not as skilled and fancy as like the media group at KSU, but we can help a little bit with something like that. And then Harvest of the Month, we have, 12 right now, because we've been doing it for about a year, different Harvest of the Month educational resources that you're welcome to use if you're interested in it, or you can share it with any teachers that you know or food service directors. But it's something that is available during that month that they could actually source and use in school food menus. And then family cooking nights, and we just had our last one on Monday. So I don't know if you all saw Kristen Smith on the Food Network. She's, I guess we can call her a celebrity chef now because she's been on the Food Network. She has a farm to table restaurant in Whitley County down in Corbin, and she sources so much product from local growers. It's really fantastic to see what she's doing. And she recently has started featuring hydroponic lettuce grown at the local high school in her school menus, and so that's been a great little connection. But she's really great about working with local growers, and so she did a family cooking night where people logged in via Zoom, and she showed a recipe, and they followed along, and it was a lot of fun. And she's a lot of fun. She's makes it real approachable and real easy. So that was something that we did that was kind of a COVID response, but ended up being so popular that we did a couple extras, and hope that we can do some more of those in the future, and then with maybe some other chefs who are very interested in using local products and featuring local growers. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And then the Farm to School Network, if you are interested, if you were before, or now that I've talked about it a little bit, you think you're interested, there is a Kentucky Farm to School Network, and that's any grower that's interested, or any food service director, or really anybody in Kentucky that's interested in joining is welcome to. And there's no fee to join, and you can kind of participate as much or as little as you want to. And you can Google it, or you can send an email to the group. But it's just a way to see what other people are doing in other areas and help connect up with farm to school activities. All right, so I mentioned this about crop insurance. I'm kind of changing topics here pretty dramatically, I guess. But wanted to talk about this a little bit. I mentioned specialty crop growers don't usually participate in crop insurance types of programs, and it's a real shame because it can give you a lot of protection on your farm. And there are new programs coming out from the USDA that make it easier for really diversified farms, so you don't have to be growing a huge acreage of something to get it insured. There are the whole farm revenue protection, and there's the microfarm policy that's just come out. So that's something to think about, especially if you're thinking about scaling up and getting a little bit bigger, to really look at those. The premiums for some of these programs are not real expensive, and they do provide a lot of protection. And if you're interested in learning a little bit more about crop insurance, the second Tuesday of every month, we have a crop insurance webinar, kind of a lunch and learn, 15, 20, 30 minutes maybe, where Dakota Moore, who's on our staff, covers a topic related to crop insurance. And so all those are taped, so if you're not available for a specific topic, you can go back and look at them and watch them. But we'll cover lots of different things. Sometimes it's very narrow, specific, and then sometimes we'll do like an agent panel where you can ask that insurance agent anything, and they'll give you some advice about your operation or specific programs. So I encourage you to look at that, and this will go through almost the end of the year, but all of that content's archived, and you can go back and look at it and watch those topics. So FSMA, our friends from the produce safety team, talked about that a little bit, and it's something we definitely have on our mind because, like Mark mentioned, it can really have an adverse effect on your farm even if people perceive there's an issue. You don't even have to have an issue. So we're very, sensitive to this, very aware. We encourage everybody to participate in the PSA training. Like Casey mentioned, even if you aren't at that scale yet, it's a good idea. It's a lot of great content. Now, don't tell them I said this. Yeah, it's a long day, but you get a lot of really good information. It's a great way to learn more about food safety and things that you can be doing. So kind of how we complement their program. So of course, we can help you connect up. If you're like, oh, I forgot who that was, we'll get you connected up. But also specific to ag water. And I think Kellie mentioned that some changes are happening with the FDA requirements about ag water on the production side. So there's production water, so like as you're growing the crop, and then there's post-harvest water, which is like washing before you sell the produce. And so we're watching that very closely so that we can help growers really understand and navigate that. And we think it's going to be a risk assessment, so you'll look very critically at your operation and see what kinds of risk that you have, and then you can take certain steps to do things. So one of our programs is around ag water, doing some testing and evaluation. So if you are using surface water, so ponds, lakes, streams, or groundwater, a well, and you're interested, let's talk about that, because we can help you do some testing, and we can help you evaluate and think about what those test results mean and what you could do after the fact. And then third-party audits, they complement food safety, but it's kind of a little adjacent piece around food safety. And I mentioned that about some buyers may require a third-party audit. And this will require some extensive documentation about what you're doing. So your farm food safety plan, strategies that you're taking, different types of topics like that. And so if you've been through the PSA training, you have a really good idea of what's required. You've got some really good tools to help you. And then what we can do is help you with that farm food safety plan. I think I have that on here. But with Brian Brady, who's at the University of Kentucky, we can help you connect to develop a farm food safety plan. Of course, this is at no charge to the grower. We provide this support. And then also to prepare for that third-party audit. So I think it was Casey that mentioned, or maybe it was Kellie that mentioned the mock audits, the on-farm readiness reviews. So Brian will help you think about whether you're prepared for an audit. And this is not the same thing as a food safety audit, it's a little bit different. But we'll help you go through and identify areas where maybe you would want to put a little more attention, or maybe change a little bit about the practices that you're doing. And some low-cost alternatives, management solutions, those kinds of things. So if you get to a point, that may be scary right now thinking, oh my gosh, I don't want to work with a big buyer. But just keep that in mind later. If that opportunity comes up and you're interested, you'll know where to come, ask some questions, and we can connect you up with the right people. I mentioned this GAP certification. The counties highlighted here on the map, those are the ones that, the counties where we know we have third-party GAP audited growers. So there are a lot in the state. We have more than 75. We're probably really getting very close to about 100 now across the state. And again, this is our partnership with Cultivate Kentucky, which is part of the Food Connection at UK. And then we have a cost share program too to make it affordable, because I know sometimes the cost can be a little intimidating for folks. So we'll cover 75% of the cost of the audit up to $1,250. So that makes it a little more economically feasible, especially if you're just thinking about it, trying to decide if it really is right for your farm. So if you have any questions about that, let me know, but it's a really easy process. It's a simple application, and then it cost share, so you pay for it, and then we do a reimbursement afterwards. So I mentioned a little bit about cut flower growers and cut flower month, and this is a real opportunity in Kentucky. Just in the last 10 years, we've seen some real expansion. We went from about 20 cut flower growers to more than 100 now. So there are a lot in lots of different areas. And again, this is one of those enterprises that can be very profitable on small acreages. So if you have some interest there, we do a short course quarterly-ish. And the next one's on Monday, and this is probably the topic we get asked about the most, is how do you price your flowers? So we're going to talk about that on Monday night. So I encourage you, if you have an interest at all, try to join us live if you can. If not, this will be recorded and posted online on a YouTube channel that you could go back and watch later. But this will be a presentation from a specialist out of Utah who works very closely with cut flower growers, and then there will be a grower panel at the end where some Kentucky growers and some Utah growers talk about how they actually come up with their formula for pricing. And we know this is a really tough, with everything it's tough to know, like, oh, am I covering my costs? Where should I price based on my competitors? So we know that that's a really interesting topic for people. And so we're going to address that on Monday. And then certainly if you have topics of other cut flower, critical issues, let us know, because we're, like I said, roughly quarterly we try to host one of these short courses. We'll do our promotion in July, and so that's an opportunity if you're currently doing cut flowers that you can be highlighted across our social media channels. But then also something that you can do right now, if you're currently growing cut flowers, we have an interactive map that we work on with the Center for Crop Diversification at UK that is a geographic interactive map. So if you are interested in being listed on there, then just catch up with me and we can make sure we get your contact information and we can get you populated onto the map. But if you're looking for someone near you, you can just go to that map and you can look at your county and you can see, oh, is there somebody near me? And then you can click on that little icon and you can see, oh, they sell at my local farmer's market. They have a CSA. They have a on-farm market. So it's a great little tool to see, where those cut flower growers are located and how you can engage with them. And like I said, if you're currently doing that and you're interested in being listed, let me know and I can tell you the information that we need to put that on that map. So one thing I know, and this is kind of not production at all, this is really business related. Right now, labor is always an issue, but it seems particularly now, recruitment and retention is an issue. And so if your business is big enough that you are looking at health insurance for yourself and your employees, let's talk about that, because through the Hort Council, Kentucky growers can access the Kentucky Ag Healthcare Trust. And so as long as you have at least 2 employees, and those can be you and a spouse, another person, they just have to be employees of the business, you can access these plans. And it's 21 different Anthem plans, all the way from just a bare basic plan up to like the Cadillac version that's got, you know, all kinds of coverage to it. So if you're thinking about that, let's talk about it, because it really is very affordable. And if that's something you've been thinking about, or you think like just for your, you know, your personal coverage that you think you need more, we can get you connected up with the insurance agent who covers our plan, and she can do some pricing. And even if you're just interested, if you're getting the best price possible, she can do a quote and you can see, oh, okay, well, what I'm doing now is the best price, best coverage I can get, or you can look at these other options. Completely no obligation. So definitely, if you're thinking about that at all, let's talk about it, because it really is a great program, great way to offer health care to your employees. So a couple other projects, Ag Vets. I came in a little bit late, so I don't know if Sharon talked about this at all. But if you are a veteran, several of our organizations have a program to support veterans who are interested in agriculture production. So I encourage you to get a little bit more information about that. There's promotion opportunities available and different types of production support and things. So just to think about that a little bit if you are a veteran, or someone on your farm is a veteran. And then the value chain assessment, I mentioned that a little bit, and most people glaze over when I say value chain assessment, because it's a little bit boring, but for us it's really exciting because we can see where the gaps are and we can help people identify what some support needs are, or some opportunities. So just, I mentioned partnerships, how important that is to us, and KSU is one of our partners that we always enjoy working with, and we try to engage with the other institutions in Kentucky, and this is just kind of a highlight of some of those. And we do research projects, outreach projects, student projects with different institutions across Kentucky. And then just finally here, our contact information, if anybody wants to take a picture of that, or I think the slides will be available later, and a little bit about like who on our staff to go and ask questions about certain things. But you can always ask me, you can connect up with us, you can Google Hort Council and you should be able to find us pretty easy. Or you can always send an email to our info address, and that'll get to the right person. And then just finally, I mentioned social media before. We are active on different platforms. Pretty easy to find us if you are computer savvy. We still do just take regular old phone calls if you want to call. And guess if somebody wanted to send a letter, we'd do that too. We do have a post office box. But social media has been a great way for us to reach people, and especially reach consumers who don't really know what we do in agriculture. So if you're interested, follow us on social media, engage with us there, participate in some of those promotional activities that we have. But I know I'm between you guys and lunch, so maybe a question or two if anybody has one. Or I've overwhelmed you with all this information. No. All right. Well, if I can ever do anything to help, just let us know. Like I said, we try to be pretty easily accessible, but you can always ask Joni if you're like, who was that person? Or Dr. Pomper or Sherry, or whoever you normally work with. But thanks for letting me be here today. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll be around for a while.
Thank you very much, Cindy. We appreciate you and all that you do for our farmers throughout the state. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Dr. Kirk Pomper. He is our Dean of the College of Ag here at Kentucky State University, and he's going to say a few words right before lunch. Are you ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Did y'all enjoy that lunch? Did you? Hopefully. I put myself on after lunch, and I'm not sure why I did that because I'm just going to bore y'all to death. Y'all going to fall asleep on me, but I'm going to try to keep y'all awake as best I can. So what we're going to talk about next is value-added processing in Kentucky. I have a couple of experts in the room with me today. Y'all heard from Sharon Spencer earlier. She's with KDA. We also have Ann Hall-Norris here from UK. In with us today to help answer questions when we have questions. She's basically our home-based microprocessor. I probably said that wrong again, didn't I, Anna Hall? Expert. So if we have questions about that. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Joni Nelson, and I manage the Center for Sustainability of Farms and Families. A lot of you may know me because I also manage the small-scale farm grant as well. We'll talk about that in a minute. So, like I said, today's topic is food processing and manufacturing in Kentucky. We'll go ahead and start with how many people in here, raise your hand if you're making some kind of value-added product or processing something here in Kentucky. Jams, jellies, lotions, soaps, anything like that? Interested in it? We're going to be talking about the commercial processing for fruits and vegetables today, and maybe soaps and lotions as well. Meats is a completely different thing. That's regulated with USDA, and we're regulated by FDA and the State Health Department. So the first thing that you want to think about is when you're processing something is what type of products do you have? What are your recipes? Where are they coming from? What are your costs? How are you going to market these products? How are you going to process this? Are you going to be home-based? Are you going to be micro-home-based? Or are you going to be commercial? What trainings do you need to do that? We just hosted the Better Processing Control School here at the farm the past couple of days with UK. And then what rules and regulations do you need to follow in order to sell your product here in Kentucky? Like Sharon said earlier, we want to get you to where you're doing everything and all the processes the right way and the legal way, because the last thing you want to do is make someone sick and then it falls back on you. So the types of products that you can process here in Kentucky that we're going to be talking about is fermented foods, jams and jellies. Those are a little bit lower risk than some of the rest of them. Salsas, barbecues, vinegars, hot sauce, things like that. Some of those are a little higher risk. They'd be acidified foods. Syrups such as honey, maple syrup, sorghum, things like that. Baked goods. Those have certain rules and regulations you have to follow. Soaps and lotions. Soaps have a different rule and regulations versus lotions, depending on if you're putting it on the skin or if you're just using it for soap. And then beverages. So depending on what kind of process or what kind of products you want to actually process will depend on what rules and regulations that you need to follow, and depending on where you want to sell those products, that also will get you into different rules and regulations that we're going to be talking about. As far as recipes, so your recipes can come from the Ball Canning book. Maybe they're online. Maybe it's your grandma's favorite recipe. Maybe you found it in some old cookbook, or it's extension-based program recipes you can see right here on the screen. Cost. You want to look at cost. What are the costs associated with producing this product? Say you want to produce some kind of heirloom tomato jam or something like that. Or maybe you want to do, well, we're not going to say cheese. We won't get into that right now. But maybe you want to produce some breads or granolas or something like that. What are your costs? You need to look at your kitchen fees. Are you going to rent it? Are you going to be doing a home kitchen? Are you going to use the small farm grant to help do a commercial kitchen at your house? What are your permits? The fees for commercial kitchens are based on the size and the amount produced currently. Your inspections and recipe approvals, you need to know what costs are associated with that. Depending on what you're doing, your recipe may or may not have to be approved by Ann Hall-Norris. Your label may have to be approved by Leslie Cobb at the State Health Department. What kind of packaging are you going to use? Are you going to use vacuum packed? Are you going to use glass jars? Are you going to use anything like that? Like how are you going to package this product? You got to look at the cost into that. Are you going to grow your ingredients? Or are you going to purchase your ingredients? That also will determine on where you're going to sell them. Some farmers markets allow you to purchase ingredients from other farmers and produce your own value-added products, and some farmers markets require, if you're going to sell to them, require you to actually grow your 75% of your own ingredient. It just kind of depends. And then you got to look at your labels. How much are your labels? What's the cost of printing those? Are you going to print them yourself? Is that going to cost more labor to print them or to put them on your product? Your marketing, like I said, farmers market, delivery, are you going to deliver these online? Are you going to ship them? That's some costs associated with that. Do you need a business license? That's one thing that, to think about, because some counties and some cities require you to have a business license if you have a home-based business, which a value-added product could be considered a home-based business as well, especially if you're producing it at home. And then your product liability insurance. That's something that you really need to look into, especially if you have a recall or something like that. You want to be covered because you don't want them to come and take your farm if something does happen with one of your products. It's the last thing you want to happen. Okay, so for marketing, some areas to help you market your product. I think Sharon talked a little bit earlier about the Center for Crop Diversification. They have price reports, they have marketing reports, they even have off-season marketing strategies that you can take advantage of. You can go to their website. It's a great resource. The Market Ready program is a wonderful training program here in the state as well. You can go through their program, and then you can go to a grower-buyer meetup, and you can meet a lot of the people that are looking for maybe your specific product in the state. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture is also a good place to go if you're looking to market your product. You want to be Kentucky proud. You want to be Appalachian proud. You know, homegrown by heroes. Those are really good marketing strategies to use. So we're talking about marketing strategies. There's several different ways that you could process products in Kentucky. So if you want to be a home-based processor, products under here can actually be sold directly to consumers within the state. So you could sell a home-based product online, but you have to hand deliver it in the state. It can't go out of state currently. You could also sell at farmers markets, certified market registered Farm Bureau spots throughout the state, farm markets, fairs and festivals, community events, and like I said, even online, but you have to deliver to in person. If you're a home-based processor and you're under this area processing in Kentucky, you have to hand deliver that product. So you have to be in contact with that customer when you're delivering that product. When you sell that product, you have to actually hand deliver that product. Like I said, products can only be sold from 3 locations within Kentucky if you're a home-based microprocessor. So this one's a little bit different. They can only be sold within Kentucky at the processor's farm, so it's your house, a KDA registered farmers market, or a Kentucky Farm Bureau, and it cut it off again, Sharon, certified farm market. See, I thought I had moved it, but it's a certified farm market. You can see from the picture there. And that's home-based microprocessor. We're going to talk about the differences in these here in just a minute. And then there's commercial processing. So if you have a product that you know is really, really good, and you want to get it into that Kroger, if you want to get it into that restaurant down the road, or maybe you want to get it into your, maybe there's a convenience store down the road that wants to carry your product, you'll need to be commercial in that aspect in order for them to sell your product for you and not be, you be the one selling it. Then you can sell at restaurants, you can sell at grocery stores, like I said, gift shops, you can sell wholesale. You can, if you're a commercial producer, you can even sell on the internet and ship it wherever you want to, in the state, out of the state, over across seas, wherever you want to ship it. As for home-based processors, so if you're a home-based processor, your label has to contain this product is home-based and home-processed. That's the statement that you have to put on your label. This is the House Bill 468. They've changed the House bill several times throughout the years, but this is the most recent one that we're working off of now that they changed in 2019. You have to have a registration. I was talking about cost. This is one of your costs, and it's $50 per year. And If you're a home-based, again, you cannot sell to grocery stores or retail outlets or anything like that. Fairs, festivals, farmers markets, hand delivered is your home-based. Items in this category cannot require refrigeration. You can't make a coconut cream pie under the home-based processor license and sell it at a farmer's market. It cannot require refrigeration. You can't make a ham and cheese scone or something like that. Anything that requires or quiches refrigeration, you cannot make under a home-based processor license. Only low-risk products can be produced under this. And your annual sales have to be under $60,000. So what kind of products are we talking about can I process under home-based processor? Dried or freeze-dried fruits and vegetables, mixed greens, fruits like jams, jellies, preserves. As long as you don't have a identifying statement on there that says low sugar or low carb or anything like that, you can't make any nutritional claims on your product without going through further scrutiny and further processing reviews and things. Sorghum, maple syrup, breads, cookies, cakes, certain cakes that don't require refrigeration, candy but no alcohol. You can't make your bourbon balls and sell it under the home-based processor. Dried herbs and spices and grains, nuts, granolas, snack mix, things like that. And popcorn with seasonings if you wanted to do that as well. Under the home-based microprocessor, again, you have to put on there, this is home-based and home-processed product. You have to have your recipes approved through Ann Hall Norris right over here. This is her information on the screen. If you want to just take a picture of this, and she'll be around for questions as well. And that costs about $5. So again, we're talking about cost. If you're looking at what's going to cost what for you, you want to look into this. It's going to be $5, and that's per recipe. So if you have several different types of gems or green beans or anything like that that you wanted to do, you have to have a verified, approved water source. So if you've got a cistern or a spring or something like that, you're going to have to go to your local plumbing inspectors and things like that. So you have to have an approved water source. You have to have a certification in order to be a home-based microprocessor. These can be higher risk products. In order to qualify, you have to grow the main ingredient. See, home-based processor, you didn't, but home-based microprocessor, you actually have to grow the main ingredient and harvest it and processed by you, the farmer. It can't be it can be non-fruit, vegetables, herbs, sugarless jams and jellies, acidified foods, barbecue sauces, green beans, tomatoes, canned foods, things like that. Again, your sales have to be under $60,000. You have to go through a training, and those are offered typically in the early winter to early spring at your extension office in your county. And you don't have to go to your extension office if you've already missed yours. You can go to an extension office in a neighboring county if you wanted to in order to get the certification. It's $50 for the first year, and then $10 every 3 years you'll renew it. Like I said, you go through your local extension office with UK to do that. And then you also have to do a $50 annual certification through the food safety branch as well to be a home-based microprocessor. Again, those are some of the costs that you need to look into. So what is the difference? How do I know where I'm going to land? What if I want to sell from my farm? What products can I, what do I need to be? Do I need to be a processor or a microprocessor, a home-based? What if I have a refrigerated product? Anybody? Can I be a home-based or a home-based microprocessor if I have a refrigerated product? No, you are correct. No, you cannot. Do I need a permit to be either one of those? Yes. Products not allowed. And I know, you're out there going, what can I do? We'll get to that. Products not allowed. Kimchi, kombucha, pies with meringue, because that needs to be refrigerated. Garlic oils, garlic in oil mixtures, because that also needs to be refrigerated. And here's where they get you. Other foods as designated by the Kentucky Department for Public Health, Food Safety Branch, or the University of Kentucky. So this list is, sometimes it kind of changes a little bit, but for the most part, if it needs refrigeration, you cannot do it. If you need to vacuum pack it and do it in other than a mason jar, then you also need to be commercially processing. Cheesecakes, things like that. Let's talk a little bit about commercial manufacturing and what you need to do to be a commercial manufacturer. So we talked about home-based, we talked about home-based microprocessing. Let's talk a little bit about commercial. If you're a commercial, you need a commercial facility. There are certain requirements that you have to have if you're a commercial facility. In some cases, it could be a grease trap. It can be a new septic system, things like that. You have to have water approved. But you can have additional sales at those grocery stores, at those gift shops, online, if you wanted to be commercial. In some cases, it may require the Better Processing Control School, depending on what you're doing and what products that you're wanting to sell under the commercial manufacturing. Jams and jellies, for the most part, don't require the commercial manufacturing or commercial kitchen. They do require one of the other ones. One of these three you can do with jams and jellies. But some of our locations, like Kroger, may require the Better Processing Control School. They may require you to actually process in a commercial kitchen. This includes, commercial manufacturing includes the fermented foods. If you are a commercial kitchen, a commercial processor, you have to register. I need to remember to do this myself. You have to register for the Bioterrorism Act registration. It's really simple. You just go online, you fill out some forms and say, hey, we're commercially processing this, this, and this. So for a commercial facility, you want to have smooth, non-absorbent, easily cleanable, wipeable materials and walls. So we're not talking about wood. Like wood walls would not pass mustard whatsoever. You have to have the hand wash station, a 3-compartment sink, somewhere to drain your utensils. You have to be connected to municipal sewer or an approved on-site septic system with a grease trap, depending on your county. Every single county in this state is different when it comes to size of grease trap, whether you need the grease trap or whether or not you need another septic system or not. Can't tell you from county to county. I really wish it would be universal, but every county, it's different. There is no universal language for your facility requirements for that. But you also have to have a mop sink, a utility sink, which could be, it doesn't have to be in the kitchen, it could be around the corner in another room or something. You need a restroom facility that has to be approved as well. So we have a few here with our commercial kitchen that we have. Again, wells and cisterns and springs and anything else has to be approved by the Division of Water. And you have to have a dedicated area away from the main kitchen. So if you're going to have a commercial kitchen at your house, it needs to be either a separate building or it has to be a separate area from where you're cooking your regular foods. As for commercial labels, here's just kind of an idea of a commercial label that you could use. You could use this also for your home base and your micro base, as long as you put that statement of identity of it being home based or micro based on there. You can use this same type for a non-commercial label. But for the commercial labels, you need your statement of identity, your net quantity of contents, ingredient statement with your allergen identification. There are 9 now. We'll get to that in a minute. Your name and your address of the manufacturer or distributor, which would be you. Like you said, this is Lucky Clover Farm. It's got their address. It's got their information. It can't be any smaller than 6-point font. You can kind of see from here what a 6-point font really looks like. Really, really tiny. I'd like it a little bit bigger because I'd like to be able to not use my glasses to read it, but you know. You may also want to consider a Julian code. You can make this code however you want to identify your product on the day that you process in case you do have a recall, because you'll want a recall plan as well. Because if you process jam and jelly on this day, this day, this day, and this day, and then you come back in and one of them gets recalled, then that's 100 jars that you processed maybe over the course, 100 jars each day, and you don't know which ones to bring back. So you want to be able to identify that batch code or something like that in order to be able to recall that product back, just in case you were to have a problem. This is an example of a commercial label. It was developed by this wonderful lady in the room called Ann Hall Norris several years ago when she worked for the food safety branch herself. So you can see you've got your ingredients listed out in the order that they are put in the amount that they are actually in your product. And you have to have the net weight in ounces and grams as well on there, on your commercial label. Your requirements, so the labeling requirements, there are some exemptions out there that you can go for under the FDA. For low volume products, there are certain things that you can actually do. Now, you also, a lot of retailers don't require nutrition labeling. Things, if you're selling to Kroger or something like that, they do require that nutrition label. And I'm pretty sure that UK can still help doing the nutrition label, right? Yes, okay, so UK can still help you develop that nutrition label. And we can work with you here at KSU to get you into the programs and things like that as well. We have a program that we can help you get through this process. Now, as for labels, again, not for the commercial labels, you do need to put on there if you have milk, eggs, wheat, soybeans, peanuts, tree nuts, fish, shellfish, anything like that. And the newest one is sesame. So sesame has also now been added. So if you're making anything with any kind of sesame, that's a new one of those big 9 allergens that you actually have to worry about to put on your label if you have any of that in your label. Packaged foods have to have the labels that have been reviewed. Again, you have to send your label to Leslie. If you're a commercial processor, if you're a home-based microprocessor, it goes to Ann Hall Norris. And like I said, not all products require nutrition. It depends on where you're selling them at and what your product is as well. So let's look at here real quick. If I'm a home-based processor or a home-based microprocessor or a commercial processor, and I want to do granola, where do I fall? Can I be a home-based, am I going to be a home-based microprocessor? Or am I going to be a home-based processor? Yeah. The reason is because granola is not as high risk, so you don't need that extra step of that home-based microprocessor. But you could also be commercial as well. Baked goods, again, it depends on what you're putting in it. If it needs refrigeration, you're commercial. If it doesn't, then you can be under home-based. Let's look at, let me think of another one. What about relishes? You're making some kind of relish or salsa or barbecue sauce or something like that. Are we going to be, which one are we going to be? Home-based, micro, or commercial? Right. Yep, the home-based microprocessor or commercial, because relishes are acidified and it's a little bit higher risk. So you'll need to go through that home-based microprocessor certification and things as well. And you have to grow the primary ingredient if you're a home-based microprocessor, which means if you're doing relishes, you need to be growing those peppers or whatever you're putting in that relish. As for process reviews, the Food System Innovation Center, I have learned, is not really doing those for the general public anymore. They were doing it for the longest time, but if you need a process review, you can get with me for your product, and we're working with several farmers throughout the state to do this process review for several of our small farmers throughout the state. We can also send it to, there's a place in Tennessee and Indiana as well that we can send it to. But we're working with UK on getting a few of our process reviews done for some of our small farmers here in the state. Basically, for your process review, you're going to fill out the form that says how and when you test your pH, because depending on, that's one thing I forgot to mention in this earlier, it's got to be below 4.6 in order for it to be considered for the home-based or home-based microprocessor. You want it below that, even for commercial. What we really, really, really would like to see is below 4.4 in your pH in order to sell these products and have them shelf stable. You need to know how you're going to sanitize your jars, the date of the trainings, if you did the Better Process and Control School, classification of your product, how you filled your product. Are you doing a hot fill, a water bath, things like that? And of course, a sample in some cases. Rules and regulations. Let's go over these real quick. You need your facility requirements. You can see the there's a manufacturing guide that I can send out to people on requirements on that. Permits and registrations. Do you need a business license, commercial food manufacturing permit, prepackaged food sales, retail sales permit, depending on where you're at and what you're doing. The food storage warehouse permit, home-based microprocessor or home-based processor registrations. These are some of the certifications that I mentioned earlier, your Market Ready program, your Better Process and Control School, HACCP training, that's another one. If you're doing juices and things like that, that's another one I need to put on here. Your Process Authority Review certification, different certifications and trainings that you need. Again, if you're wanting to do, this is kind of getting into a little bit that Sharon may have spoke about earlier, but I had to step out of the room. If you're wanting to do samples or something like that, one thing that you can do is you can have a food handler's card. You could do the PSA grower training or food managers as well if you're wanting to do samples or things like that. But these are also some of the trainings that you have throughout the state. We just held the Better Process and Control School here at KSU over the past 2 days. We're going to be doing HACCP May 3rd and 4th, so if you're interested, if you need that, let me know. We can try to get you into that program. Market Ready and Home-Based, these are some of the links, and I can send this out to you as to when the home-based processor or microprocessing is going to be in your area. You can look on this website, you can look on the UK website, and they update it pretty frequently. Some of the resources that I mentioned earlier is the Kentucky State University, our small-scale farm grant, the Kentucky Center for Agricultural and Rural Development. You've heard about K-Card all day long. They do free business planning, grant facilitation. I just can't say enough about what they do. The County Agriculture Investment Program, that's your cost share program in your county, depending on what county you're in. KDA, Kentucky Department of Agriculture, you've got the Kentucky Proud program, and all those marketing things. They have the POP grant as well that you can get. Farmers Market Resource Guide, we did mention this earlier. This is the new link, and if you need it, I can send you the link, or Sharon has several copies of them in there. If you need to know more information about what I just said today, majority of it I got out of that book right there. I'm just going to say. I got a lot of this information out of there. The Food Systems Innovation Center, they're very helpful with some of these trainings as well that you need. Hort Council, the Berry Initiative grant, I believe Cindy had talked about that earlier. And then the Kentucky Farm Bureau Certified Farm Market, that is with Fran. And if you have any questions about that, I can get you in touch with her as well. I think she's on vacation right now, so she wasn't able to join us today. We also have a commercial kitchen here that you can rent. It's $40 for half a day, $80 for a full day. We're working on getting that more mobile and throughout the state. And we have a commercial kitchen that we work with farmers to get products developed here. The sustainability kitchen, we also work to help you get your products from, hey, I have a tomato, to, hey, I'm going to be a commercial. We can walk you through the entire process of that. We have a sorghum press. Tom Trivet is actually the contact person for the sorghum press and the fruit and vegetable mobile processing unit. If you're interested in either one of those, you can contact him. He'd be more than happy to bring that around the state for you. We do help a lot of farmers with sorghum in the fall. And if you have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and pop this up here with my information. Ann Hall Norris and Sharon Spencer both. I know I mentioned both of them. You've heard from Sharon today. Ann Hall's kind of hiding in the corner, but that's okay. We're going to let her stay over there for right now. But if we have any questions, right now would be the time to ask those. I'm actually going to leave this up here. Any questions? Any specific products that you're interested in processing and you have questions about it or anything? Yes, ma'am. Hold on just a minute. Let's get your...
Goodness. I I'm growing strawberries this year, and I was wondering, could you use the commercial kitchen here if you brought a whole lot and try to make jam and jelly, and someone can help you get it to a perfection?
Yes, we can help you with recipe development. We can help you go through the process of getting that strawberry from the field to a jar to sell.
This place?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I have a program that we just started, and I'm working on getting farmers actually into that program right now. So, yes, ma'am. Anybody else? There was another one here, right here.
Different. Everybody who sells anything that they've grown, how they're processing, has to have the food safety training course. Which food safety training courses do you have to have for which license in order to sell at the market?
It depends on the product and the market. So are you talking about like value-added products like jams or jellies?
If you're doing a value-added product, what certificates do you have to have versus if you're just selling beans and tomatoes?
It would depend on the product, and it's going to depend on whether you're growing that specific ingredient or not. So you could be required to have a home-based microprocessor license. You could be required to have the retail sales permit. Home-based permit.
It recently changed. It used to be if you did a home-based processing, you didn't require to have a permit. So you didn't have to get a permit, you just had to send your name in. Also, you had to grow the primary ingredient. When the Baker's Bill came through and made all of those changes, it actually opened up the home-based processing. Home-based processing now, you can sell your products any place. You are not required, which is unfortunate, you're not required to grow the primary ingredient going into that product. So you can source your products any place for those. You do now have to have a home-based processing permit. You've got to pay a fee now for that. So everybody has to sign up for that. Yes, ma'am. It's every year. And then you've got a home-based micro-processing that if you are doing salsa, well, I'm going to let Ann talk about that one.
Yes, if you're doing any type of canned food, canned vegetables, salsa, pickles, anything like that, you need to take the University of Kentucky microprocessing workshop. And that's required in order to get the permit from the food safety branch. So you would need a training for that.
That was in-person training or virtual?
We're actually offering those trainings right now. This year they were in person and virtual. You could pick. We have, I think, 4 more scheduled throughout the second week of May. They're on the University of Kentucky home-based microprocessing website if you'd like to sign up for one of those last few workshops.
There's 2 people in our farmers market that sell dog biscuits, and they don't have any ingredients that they grow. What kinds of licenses, permits, do they have to send in their ingredients? I know.
You said they do not grow their products?
Nothing in the dog biscuits that they sell.
And they're allowed to sell at your farmer's market?
Right. So
Okay.
My question is, what types of permits do those people need?
I'm pretty sure that's going to be a commercial permit. No?
So pet foods and treats fall under the feed regulation, and there is a Division of Regulatory Services that's on the University of Kentucky campus, and there is an application process involved for that, for people who want to make dog treats. You don't have to grow anything in those dog treats, but they are expected to be labeled properly. They should have an ingredient statement. And I can look that number up for you if you want to give the, it's in the, Sharon has it in the manual. You can provide that to those individuals.
Questions? We do get a lot of questions on pet treats and things like that, and that's not covered under the regulatory services for the food-based products. There's also, turn that off real quick for me. It's mine. but it just kind of depends on what you're processing as to what you fall under. Cheeses, we didn't mention anything about cheeses because that's cheeses, ice creams, things like that. Those are not covered under these processes. A lot of those are actually covered under the milk safety branch, if you're doing cheeses and ice creams and things like that. So that's a completely different animal on itself. And so if you have something like that, then we can discuss afterwards if you're doing something like that. But I went ahead and put back up the link for the microprocessor for UK real quick as well, and then I can send this to y'all if anybody's interested. Do we have any other questions out there? You can email me or Sharon or Ann Hall with your questions. We get a lot of questions, and if I don't know the answer, I'll ask one of them, and if they don't know the answer, they'll ask, food safety branch. We'll find the answer out for you. It may take us a couple of days, but we'll figure it out. There's always something different that comes up, and they're like, well, can I use this and this? Can I do this and do that? And I'm like, well, it seems like you could, but I'm going to check and make sure before I tell you the truth, because I don't want to send somebody down the wrong path. The last thing I want you to do is be selling something at the farmer's market, and food safety branch comes in and is like, you can't do that. And they're like, well, Joni said I could. I'm like, oh, so I'm going to make sure that I have the right answer for you, whatever you're processing. Any other questions? No. I think we're going to take like a 1 or 2 minute break real quick and get set up for the farmers market panel that we have coming up next. And we'll see y'all in just a minute. Okay, we'll be starting back up the program here in about 3 minutes. We're waiting on our panel to get together. If y'all wanted to go ahead and come on in and have a seat, we're trying to get our panel together now. Thank you.
Oh, that was that part.
I can hand the mic to you.
Sorry, she made me move. She just made her move.
I did. I totally made her move. They're just shifting the. Careful. I've seen that thing fall before. As long as they don't, like, as long as we don't hit somebody with it, we're fine. Am I good standing here for now? Jane's asking all the questions. Y'all got an hour. Y'all got an hour. Tell me when you're ready. Okay. Just give me the countdown. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Thank everyone out there in the virtual land for still hanging with us, and thanks everyone that's still here after that lunch and nobody's fell asleep yet. Yay, we're doing something right. Nobody fell asleep during my presentation, so we're good there. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over here now to Miss Jane O'Tiernan. She is our small farmer, woman farmer of the year this past year for our Women in Ag program. Yay! And she has helped me put together a panel of not only farmers, but farmers market managers throughout the state, mainly central Kentucky. And they're going to be talking to you today about what their markets are doing, what they do at the markets, how they're selling at the markets, and things like that. And we'll be taking questions along the way. So I'll just go ahead and hand it over to Jane and get out of the way.
Do you want me to introduce everybody?
You can.
I'm Jane O'Tiernan, and I want to say, first of all, that thank you, Marion Simon. If it had not been for Marion Simon and the KSU Third Thursday programs, I would have lost my farm. So it's been a great benefit for me and all of the different programs that KSU offers. I'm a small farmer. I farm by myself now. My children had the audacity to grow up and leave home. I started with a shovel in my backyard. I was selling to Alfalfa Restaurant, which only bought local, and I got bigger. I had lots of deer pressure. And then I started growing cut flowers, and deer don't eat cut flowers, and so now I do mostly cut flowers. I was at the downtown Lexington Farmers Market for 22 years, and then we started, because Marion Simon put me in a training program and they said you have to have a project, we started the Bluegrass Growers Only Farmers Market. Andrea is a new farmer in the Bluegrass Growers Farmers Market. She's moved here from Texas, and they have 150 acres in Casey County. The next person is Beth Tillery. She's also been in the Lexington Farmers Market for 30, 40 years. And she started with, Beth married a dairy farmer, and a hurricane, and there are no longer any dairy farmers in Jackson County, and a hurricane came and blew their greenhouse down, and they're going, now what? Hailstorm, sorry. And so their tobacco was gone, there's no dairy farms, so now what did they do? And the next is Kellie from the Frankfurt Farmers Market, and she's the farmers market manager here at the Frankfurt Market. And on the end is Bob Snow. He and his wife have 2 greenhouses. They do hanging baskets, they do lilies, they do plants. They sell at 4 different farmers markets. They do at Frankfurt, Woodford County, the new Millville Market, and the Lexington Chevy Chase Market. I'm going to talk for 2 minutes. I'm going to pass this on down. I started selling in my backyard and I was selling to alfalfas, and somebody said, you could sell their flowers at the farmer's market. And I said, I could, and so I did, and I made $35 and said, that's as much as I make as a waitress, so sure, why not? I found out that I got bigger, and I got bigger, and I got bigger. Eventually, I wanted to be in a growers only market. People that were saying at that time that that's no longer true, but people were saying, of course, these are my watermelons. It's Easter. I grew them on my screened-in back porch. City people don't know anything about farming. They think you picked everything in the morning before you got to the farmer's market, and it doesn't matter if it was dark and all the produce and flowers just cut themselves and jump right into your van and off you go. Since we know that isn't true, I used to be big, then when my kids grew up and left home, I got smaller, and I'm smaller now. I grow mostly cut flowers. I grow a little bit of basil and lettuce to sell in the early spring. This is Andrea.
Thanks, Jane. I'm Andrea with Sadie's Acres. We're out of Casey County. Can't hear me, sorry. And we raise on 150 acres, have heritage red wattle hogs, Katahdin sheep. We raise chicken and do turkeys at Thanksgiving. I sell eggs, microgreens. And I met Jane in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic and said, I got too many chickens and I need to sell some of them because I just don't eat that much chicken. Our biggest issue is processing. As any farmer knows that raises livestock, processing is a major issue. In January, I had to book 2023 dates so I could have meat for my customers. My husband, daughter, and I run 150 acres. We're running actually about 35. That's about all we can handle right now. And the market has been huge for us. It's been a huge change. We've been able to keep up with the new customers and now have a website where they pre-order from us and I bring it up to market, and over the winter I deliver up to the same place I sit during market season their winter orders. So that has been, the farmer's market was life-changing for us. I do want to thank Joni. We did get a grant from Joni for a trailer. So I bring a trailer with a generator up to market, and it has freezers and my ice chests in it for our meat and products, which if it hadn't been for Joni, it would have been a major struggle this year. So thank you, Joni, appreciate that. Also, with getting the trailer from Joni, We did the Kentucky Proud matching grant and had the trailer wrapped. So it has our logo, Kentucky Proud, Appalachian Proud, and Livestock Conservancy, because our pigs are a heritage endangered livestock conservancy pig. So, does anybody have any questions? All our stuff is processed USDA and state certified through our chicken. So everything has to be frozen when we have that delivered. So I do not do any raw meat. It all has to be frozen. Currently, we are on a waiting list for 2022 with our processor that we did our 2023. He told us we had to have a list out for 2023 in January. So he's got us on for 2023, but we are on a waiting list for this year. He's down in Casey County. He is Central Kentucky.
Central.
Yeah.
No.
Jerome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he saved us because we had hogs and thought we were going to have to sell them all because we couldn't get processing dates. And that's been a huge issue for anybody raising livestock, and that's, to have USDA, they're booked and they can't seem to get more processors.
We've had that
for small people.
We've had that same issue. We live in Campbellsville.
Okay.
And my son sells beef and pork, and you almost have to call to get it scheduled when they're born, where it'd be ready for it.
Correct.
When
Correct. And it's been a struggle. We had used another processor and it failed miserably, and so we were in a major bind. And he's very good. He helped us process. We had 6 hogs that were over 400 pounds, and we had lambs that were well overdone. They were almost not lambs anymore, and he pretty much saved us. So.
What about chickens?
We use a guy over in the Miller family, Hamilton Valley. He's awesome. If you ever do chickens, David is amazing. So, but he is state certified, not USDA, so I couldn't sell that past the state lines. But yes. So. Any other questions?
And we can come back and ask questions to people as you hear what other people have done.
Go. I'm Beth Tillery, and I came from we were traditional dairy, tobacco, and hogs. We raised feeder pigs. We had 30 brood sows. We had the tobacco and the dairy. There were 44 dairies in our county when we took over. We bought my husband's family farm. We were going to do it forever. I could raise my kids, be on the farm. My kids know how to work. And that was what we were going to do. If somebody would have told me, I did whatever I had to do in order to save the farm. And I also want to thank Marion and KSU. Of course, this was, 30 years ago, 20 years ago when it first started. The first time we processed chickens, we had to take them to Missouri. There were no processors here as we diversified. The milk check, you work so hard, you get your milk check. 2 weeks later, it didn't even cover the feed bills, and we stayed in it for 20 years. It got to the point when the tobacco was destroyed by the hailstorms, we just said, that's it. Kept some cattle, bred them to beef cattle we raise. The feeder calves, got rid of the hogs. Vertical integration came in. You could not sell a feeder pig anywhere and get any kind of price out of it. So we had to stop doing that. Everything just fell apart. So he had to get off farm employment. I had been playing with gourds, pumpkins, Indian corn, dried flowers, going to fall festivals, anything to try to keep the farm going. And then we discovered KSU, diversification, SOG conferences. It saved our farm, besides my husband going to the factories or whatever. And then we have done chickens, free range, egg, poultry, beef. I'd taken it to the market. The first chickens we processed, I said, had to go to Missouri. beef, and it just got to the point where it was where my farm's located. The distance between for everything, our feed, I had to go 100 miles. I did not want any kind of GMO corn. I wanted specific things in my feed, and at that time, these feed people were like, "What? You don't want antibiotics in it?" And you don't what? No, yeah, we don't do that. So I did find a place in Baghdad that would actually make the ration that I wanted. It was 100 miles away. My kids go away to college. I had no help. It's just me and my husband. Where I live, people don't work, so you don't have any kind of help. It's just whatever we do. And so we kept going from the chickens to we've done it all. Vegetables, it got...
Made a movie.
Yeah.
Beth
And
the
the poultry, yeah, it was funny. Now I just do the flowers, cut flowers, and do the Lexington Farmers Market, which is great. I love the market, been there 21 years.
How big is it?
Big as what?
How big is the Lexington?
I have no idea. It's big, but it's a great market for me. I have to travel out of my county because it's just, I couldn't sell a flower in our county or whatever it was that I had. So it's really, it's saved our life, and KSU. I just can't thank KSU enough because when I began doing the diversified stuff on my own, I didn't have any information. And now we got to think back, this was like 30 years ago. And I don't mean to say anything about UK, but I went to UK to talk to the horticulture guy. I don't even remember his name. And he just said, "Oh, you can't do that here. You can't." Anything I wanted to process our milk, I was trying to think, Doug, can't we do something with our milk? And back then, of course, I don't think you can do anything with milk now, but make cheese. But I wanted to step out of the box. I wanted to price my own product, make a profit, be able to buy shoes for my kids that they wanted, and so I thought direct marketing, it has to be direct marketing, and I love the farmer's market. I can price my product. If people want it, they can buy it. If they don't, move on. So I love the farmer's market.
Tell them what you mainly grow.
Cut flowers. Cut flowers now, and blueberries and raspberries. Did grow the blackberries, but that little bug came in. We don't do any sprays or anything. And I did not want to spray with this horrid chemical, so we just got rid of the blackberries. So we're doing the raspberries and the blueberries and the cut flowers. And I think that's because that was my only choice. Where I live, it's 100 miles.
You drive 100 miles?
It's an hour and a half.
No, we got one. Sorry. You can have this one.
We can know. It's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of farmers. Kentucky has 25 counties with less than 14,000 people. Beth is in one of those. So there's a small market to sell at. Most people grow a few tomatoes or things in their own backyard, and they're not going to pay the price if they're growing them themselves. So it's unfortunate, but it's true that a lot of people who are going to sell have to drive a distance to get to a farmer's market that sells at a price that you can make at least what you put into it. That's why you drive an hour and a half hauling a trailer with an injured leg. I'm fortunate. I live in Lexington. I live right outside of Lexington. I drive 12 miles to the closest, and that's the Hamburg Liquor Barn Bluegrass Farmers Market, and we still have openings. Then I'm gonna say a couple more things about different farmers markets. Our farmers market charges you $100 to join the farmers market for the course of the year. We go from mid-April, which is mostly 3 or 4 of us, to Halloween. And then we charge 3% of your total gross sales each month, and we figure you're honest. We do farm visits. If you say you have 10 tomato plants and come with a semi-truck of tomatoes, we're going to get suspicious. That's why we do farm visits. We want to make sure that you're raising what you sell. So if we need to see where you're doing your home-based processing, we can see that. as well. Lexington, our farm, we do not have the Bluegrass Farmers Market, we just have president and officers and a board. And at the Lexington Farmers Market, they have 3 people that help oversee the farmers market. I do believe the Lexington market is the biggest market in the state, and their fee setup is different. And they can talk about Frankfurt and
She's got a mic.
Hi guys, my name is Kellie. I am the manager for the Franklin County Farmers Market. Is there something specific you wanted me to speak to?
your number, bro.
Oh, wow, okay. So at this point in the season, we probably have 50 different vendors, something like that. It's a busy time of year. It's sort of, I do a lot of vendor wrangling. I do all of our social media, worked on that today. In today's world, social media is super important. Your audience wants to know what everybody's up to. They want to feel like they have a personal connection. And for our market, there's always so much going on that we don't really have a difficult time generating content, but we try to do a post like every 5 days or so. And sometimes it's like a post every single day. We also have an e-newsletter that I publish on Friday before the Saturday market. We have a newspaper column that the State Journal is kind enough to let us publish in the Spectrum section. That goes out every other week. Connie, who is our Vista right now, as well as some of the other board members, and Laura Fincher, our online sales manager, we do stuff like this just to make sure that we have a presence in the community. So just to speak a little bit about our farmers market, I guess, we are a year-round market. We go from January to December. January looks pretty sparse. It's typically the potatoes that people dug a couple months ago, and maybe some black radishes or other things that are kind of happy to grow in like sub-zero temperatures. But there's eggs, our bakers keep on baking, there's arts and crafts and stuff like that. So it's a smaller market. Our winter months are from January until mid-April. Opening day of regular season for us is this Saturday, April 23rd. During the winter market, we are only open every other Saturday for an hour and a half. During regular season, we're open on both Tuesday and Saturday from 8:30 a.m. to noon. And then we also have a Thursday pre-order and curbside delivery. We have an online sales manager that deals with that specifically, but we use Local Food Marketplace. And it is a platform that anyone who is a market member, either as a regular or a rotating or a guest vendor, they have the ability when it's their week to sell to list their items on Local Food Marketplace. And then they would drop their stuff off like they did today, Thursday morning. And then we have this wonderful host of volunteers, as well as our online sales manager, and they get people's boxes of food ready to go, and then people pull up in their car. Hi, my name's Jane. Pop your trunk. We put it in there, and then we say, see you next time. And some people love that. They're not interested in the whole parking situation on Saturday mornings or getting there and hearing that strawberries are sold out because they didn't get there till 11 a.m. or, an hour before market closed or whatever. So we've had a lot of success with that. And we actually have some vendors that only want to do the online ordering, and we let them do that. So if people pre-order on Saturday, they do have to walk around to individual vendors and pick that up. But it does ensure that, you know, when tomatoes from Ely's farm are limited, that if he lists them online, they can snag those. And even if he's out, you know, on Saturday at 11:30 a.m., he'll pull their order, you know, from a bag in the back and say, here you go, see you next time. So, you know, it definitely has some advantages for the market. In addition to all of our dates and times and offerings, depending on how long y'all actually wanted me to talk, we have basically anytime anyone gets a grant and wants to work with us, we say, all right, bring it on, and we figure out a way to do it. If you come to me with a SNAP or food stamp card, I'll swipe it and I can double your money up to $20. Your card's charged $20 and I give you $40 to shop with. We do, the Friends of the Farmers Market, our 501c3 does fundraise year-round aggressively so that we can do things like that. For those of you all that are in the loop, Kentucky Double Dollars is a grant that's administered by CFA, but there is a portion of that the market has to come out of pocket. And even when our CFA grant funding is eliminated or we've used it all, we still continue to administer that program as though we have all of those funds. And so the Friends of the Farmers Market they are crucial to our, you know, us being able to operate exactly as we do today. But we've got that. We have an awesome program called the Fresh RX program that some of you guys may or may not know about. It's for pregnant moms on Medicaid. They come to us, they show us their Medicaid card, and then we are able to each week give them, I think this year it's $24 in tokens, no strings attached, and they can spend those on any fruits and vegetables that they want at the market. There's a couple other just sort of like local agencies that we work with that we have vouchers for, the Food Pantry, the Simon House. There's probably more that I'm not thinking of, but yeah, so the market has to have a market manager, because at this point in our, you know, what we do is not possible with volunteers. You would burn them out so quickly because there's a lot to do behind the scenes, and my position is not full-time, it is part-time. But you know, some weeks I'll do like 35 hours or more than that, getting ready, or the behind the scenes stuff, the social media, all of this stuff that we, you know, get out there to the community so that they know that we exist and, you know, have an idea about everything that's going on. So I probably talked long enough.
Excuse me. The Bluegrass Farmers Market we take the food stamps and we take the senior nutrition and the family nutrition that the health department in Fayette County puts out. Our market did take the double dollars with Community Farm Alliance, and we're in a high-end neighborhood. We didn't have very many people utilizing that, and it was so much paperwork, and since we're all growers as well, we do not do double dollars anymore at the Bluegrass Farmers Market in Lexington. And I know they do this in the Lexington market, because I've been to that market, and they take those. And you can talk about your markets, Bob. I didn't hear you.
Is that where Black Soil is, the Lexington market?
I think the Black Soils market is on Loudon Avenue on...
What's Juliet Market?
Is that on Loudon Avenue at the old bus station? And it's on Saturdays as well.
Do you want to mic me? Okay, perfect. Good deal. I was trying to be respectful of this mic situation we've got going on here so that they can record and people can listen to this later. But yeah, we do also administer the WIC program as well as the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And then what was your question? Where is the location in Frankfort? Yeah, we are on Wilkinson Boulevard, just down from Buffalo Trace. There's a nice big pavilion at 101 Wilkinson Boulevard, and we are unmistakable. You will not miss us if you're driving down there on a Saturday morning. And just another little piece, our board members would be amiss if I didn't also mention that we are also a producers only market. So if you're getting your tomatoes from Florida, we're not interested. If you're not growing your own flowers, we're not interested. If you're not growing an ingredient or an herb that goes into your bread, we're also not interested. You either need a sourdough starter, which we consider a live organism, or you need to buy, honey from somebody at the market or eggs from somebody at the market. So we try to really support that as much as possible. And here's Bob.
Hello, my name is Bob Snow. My wife Cheryl and I, we operate Bluebird Hill Farm, located in southern Anderson County, down below Lawrenceburg, just south of the Bluegrass Parkway. My wife's been doing this for about 20 years. We moved to Kentucky in 2001. Immediately, she joined the Anderson County Farmers Market, started with native perennials, native wildflowers, pollinator-friendly perennials, and that was the focus of our farm for a number of years. In more recent years, the more that I've been able to help and we've been able to expand, to make it profitable, we have moved more into ornamental perennials such as daylilies and irises. We had the opportunity to buy a very extensive daylily collection 5-6 years ago, so we continue to propagate those. But we've also moved significantly into vegetables. We operate 2 greenhouses, 1 high tunnel that we use as a greenhouse, and then 3 additional high tunnels that we grow primarily vegetables in. We have found by getting the head start on our vegetable production, and I'll talk about the markets that we're involved in a few minutes, but most of our markets we don't have a lot of competition, so to speak, for early vegetables, because not a lot of the vendors are using high tunnels in the smaller markets that we're a part of. And by increasing or by diversifying into the vegetables, we've definitely seen our profits increase, and it's making it where I can do it full time now. So both my wife and I are both doing this as our full-time jobs. We are currently in 5 different farmers markets, and I'm going to go down this list because I don't recommend doing this many. But as I go down, I want to tell you why we do this many, though, is to me it's the most fun of our whole operation is doing the farmers markets. Even the setup, the tear down, but the social aspect of the markets is what I enjoy the most. My wife would rather spend her time, I think, in the greenhouse. I'd rather be at the farmers market for the whole social aspect of it. So we do, of course, we're from Anderson County, so we're part of the Anderson County Farmers Market. And I'm going to come back around to that and talk about, because our market's really unique compared to most across the state. We also do Woodford County, so that's during peak season, that's 3 days a week, Monday in Midway, and then Wednesday and Saturday in Versailles. We do the Franklin County Farmers Market, so that's Saturday and Tuesday are in-person sales, and we do the Thursday online drop-off that she just mentioned. We do the Millville Community Market, a really small market just south of Frankfort between Woodford Reserve and Castle and Key distilleries. So we get not only the local community coming, but a lot of the Bourbon Trail community stopping at that market. And I'm going to tell you, some of the best people in the world live in Millville. It's some of my favorite customers of all the markets that I go to. And then we do a Chevy Chase Farmers Market, which is off in the kind of the Tates Creek area, getting between New Circle and downtown area of Lexington, in the Chevy Chase community there. And it's a great market because we get a lot of walk-in customers. Customers walk in their dogs, they'll stop in and buy, whether it be produce or daylilies, yesterday that they took home and planted while the weather was nice. And then to circle back to the Anderson County Farmers Market, we do that when, again, it's our home market. I'm president of that market, have been for about 3 years. What's unique about our market here in Anderson County is that it operates kind of like a co-op. We have a dedicated enclosed building. It's the old train depot that used to be located behind the courthouse in downtown Lawrenceburg, and a donor, Michael Davenport, paid to have the depot moved to the 4-lane highway between Frankfort and Lawrenceburg. Was 21 years ago is when he paid to have the depot moved. So we have a dedicated building. So currently we have 30 members, and those members can bring their items, whether it be crafts or whether it be produce. They can bring their items to the market to be dropped off before we open Friday at noon. We're open from noon to 5 on Fridays, 9 to 3 on Saturdays, and this year we're experimenting with the new block of time, 11 to 1 on Sundays. So we have 30 members, but we only need 1 or 2 members there at a time to actually work the market. So I can have my items at our market here in Anderson County. My wife can be in Frankfort on Saturday mornings, and I can be in Versailles, but yet we have a third revenue stream occurring for us here in our home market. So that's kind of how we operate, kind of like a co-op, so to speak. But it just takes 1 or 2 member volunteers to work the desk. We also hired a market manager this year. We do accept your applications during the season. Our board approves them the 3rd Monday of each month, but we don't set a deadline, a yearly deadline to receive applications, so we're still receiving them. Any questions about how that operates? Yes. Well, I'm going to wait for you to get the mic. Okay.
So the Anderson County one, you do receive throughout the year for people to join, or they have to join the first of the season? They cannot join during the season?
No, so our market will accept applications during the season. And in addition, 2 more things about the market. One is we restrict our membership to Anderson County or to counties that join Anderson, which is a number of counties. However, we make an exception if someone is applying with a product that's not otherwise available at our market. And I'll give you an example. We have Harvest Home Dairy out of Oldham County, makes terrific artesian cheeses. I think about 13 varieties they bring down each week during the season to our market. They're members of the Franklin County market as well. So that is just one example of a product that's not otherwise available in our geographic area. And we have a few other exceptions when we've accepted vendors from outside our core geographic area. So.
Now, what is the fees for any of the market? How much?
So our fee is a little lower than many because we also take a commission from the sales. So our yearly fee is $75. That allows access to the inside of the market those 3 days of the week that we're open. I didn't talk about it yet, but we're also starting a traditional outdoor market in downtown Lawrenceburg that we've actually not even publicized yet. We worked with the city of Lawrenceburg throughout the winter months. We'll be operating on Tuesday and Saturday mornings from 8 to 12. Ironically, the same time Kellie will be operating her market. So that's going to be new for downtown Lawrenceburg. You know, our current market, the old depot, it's on the 4-lane between Lawrenceburg and Frankfort, so it's not real close to downtown area. So this will give our community the opportunity to experience a farmer's market with more of a farmer's market feel to it. And then, so anyway, back to your original question about fees. So we charge a $75 application fee that gets you in both venues. But then at the old depot, where we operate the co-op style market, we pull a 10% commission from all sales occurring at the market, as long as that member has volunteered to work at least 6 hours a month. If the volunteer doesn't work or just can't work, a lot of our members can't volunteer, then we take a 20% commission from the sales. But you have to remember, this is a revenue stream. We're open 3 days a week, and it's a revenue stream that they're able to pull into their business just by having a product available, and they don't otherwise have to be there. So.
Is it more like a grocery store?
No, not really, because so the question was, is it more like a grocery store? So the way we track sales is every member we don't dedicate space or assign space, but when you walk in our market, you can see where my farm, Bluebird Hill Farm, has their produce, or where Chicory Hollow Farm has their produce and spices and herbs. So everyone has kind of a compartmentalized area. And we have a hang tag system, so if you're picking tomatoes, for example, from my farm, you would pull that produce and a hang tag that has my farm number on it. And then you would do the same thing for pulling produce from other farms. And then you bring all of those bags of produce to our register. So we create a sales invoice, we put the vendor number, the item being purchased, and the price. And then after the customer leaves, all of that information gets put into a spreadsheet. So at the end of every month, we can write a check that with the totals automatically calculated for that member, so we can write a check and our members get paid once a month.
I want to ask a price question here. I kind of guess I'd like everybody to say, at the Bluegrass Farmers Market at the start of the season for heirloom tomatoes, people come in at $3.50 a pound. By the end of the season, some people will drop to $3. There are some people who don't sell heirlooms that sell just normal big boy or better boy tomatoes, and they may drop to $2.50 a pound for tomatoes. The other question I'm going to ask is, I'm going to say my ex-husband in Carlisle, Kentucky, they get $3 a dozen for eggs. So I'm going to ask about eggs and tomatoes.
I do sell eggs, and I'm selling them for $5 a dozen for farm pasture-raised, non-GMO chicken eggs.
Beth doesn't know. She doesn't know.
Big organic sells for $8 a dozen at the downtown Lexington market.
So she just mentioned that organic eggs sell for $8 a dozen at the downtown Lexington farmers market. To answer the tomato egg question, at our market, I think eggs are on average about $5 a carton, pasture-raised, non-GMO, et cetera, et cetera. We actually have our rock star tomato grower in the house today. This is Ely Russell from Russell Gardens. And he told me that we sell ours for $3 a pound. Is that correct? Yeah. And then at the end of the season, when there's a huge surplus or, whatever, they're selling Canaan tomatoes, you may be able to work out with an individual vendor to buy in bulk and get them for a little bit lower price. And to your question about costs and fees and stuff like that, I'll try to answer this as succinctly as possible because it's sort of a long answer, but we actually have different levels of membership. So at the bottom, we have our guest vendors. They are able to come up to 5 or 6 times per year, something like that, and they pay $15 per visit. A rotating member can come, the idea is that they come once a month, and this is a lot of our either craft people, or if we see a brand new person that hasn't ever done farmers markets that wants to give it a try, usually we do not accept them as a regular member. We'll bring them on as a rotating member, have them come once a month, and let them get a really good feel for how the market works. And then our regular members pay $200 per year. There is a Saturday fee. There is not a Tuesday fee. Saturday fee, if you're a guest vendor, you're just paying what you're paying. Rotating doesn't pay a Saturday fee, but for our regular members who have the ability to come to all the markets anytime they want, their Saturday fees are $10 per Saturday, or we cut you a little bit of a better deal and do a $200 flat rate fee, which, people like Ely that are there, most of this season, that's something that they would probably do. And then our Thursday market, the online ordering system, we pull 5% of sales, which really just has us, which we're not really making any money off of that. Our idea is just that we really try to break even at the end of the year so that we get to have a market manager, an online sales manager, and our farmers get to have a place to sell their stuff. Your turn.
And I believe the question going around was about the price of eggs and tomatoes. So our same type of deal. Our tomatoes usually start the season about $3, and I don't know that I saw them drop below $2.50 last year. And our egg vendors, I think we had 2 last year. It was $4 last year, and we'll open up this coming. Actually, we open up a week from this coming Friday. So I don't know that the price is going up this year, but it's certainly possible. So.
It's not the normal growing season in Kentucky. So that gives you an opportunity to start early and finish later. So that's going to give you an advantage over possibly maybe another vendor. But anyway. So I mean, there is some opportunities. USDA possibly have funding for that. Grow Appalachia, depending on where you are. You can get funding opportunities. You all oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? How do you all engage your community, and what kind of activities, special events and everything do you have there at the market or even on your farm? Bob.
Okay. All right. So at the majority of the markets, I'll start with Anderson County. That's not other. Anderson County, we'll host a number of kids' days throughout the season. We're also a nonprofit association. I mentioned about collecting the commissions from the sales, but it's still not a for-profit business. It's a nonprofit. And what we do with some of this money, besides paying the electric bill and the water bill, is we host things like the Kids Days, where we'll provide every kid under the age of 18 $2 in what we call farm cash that they can spend on anything in the market that's brought by one of our members. We also have we're going to have a Customer Appreciation Day, at least one of those for this year. And then the other markets that I'm involved with Millville and Woodford County, and I'll let Kellie speak to what the number of things that they do in Franklin County. But these other markets also host Kids Days and special events, senior days, things like that. So.
Just pass this one. Thanks, Bob. And I already went into all this stuff, like our forward-facing media, to let people follow along and to help all of our customers to get to know our vendors and feel like, they can come to Bob and Cheryl, like, hey, I read in the newsletter about your high tunnels and your dog Cotton, how are things, whatever. So we do those things, but then we do have a Kids Day, and it's the second Saturday of every month, and we do it May through December. Kids come, they get $1, and it's a free token, so they can have $1 to spend on any fresh fruits or vegetables that they find at the market. We'll have a host of activity providers, anything from face painting to sensory stuff for kids, and things that aren't necessarily agriculturally related. It's just like a great resource to get families out, to get kids interested in fresh fruits and vegetables, and to bring the community together. We have hot food every third Saturday of the month. We'll do live music. if, you know, and if anyone wants, like we had voter registration the other day, other like community resources and nonprofits we'll work with. If they want to come and like host an activity, they can like wear their shirts and hand out their pamphlets and get the word out about the Franklin County Women's Shelter or, you know, whatever, and provide an activity for the kids on Kids Day.
Lexington. I'm just from the farmer perspective. I'm not into the management. So I know the market does do a lot of promotional things. All these SNAP, and they do as much as they can do, and they do have entertainment, food, try to keep hot foods, diversified products, get people down there for not just vegetables and flowers and what have you. It's a great market. I love it. It's saved my agricultural life, along with KSU. I can't tell you what KSU did when we were about to lose the farm and he had to go off the farm, and the diversification that I was entitled to learn, and I can't thank them enough. But you need somebody from the marketing aspect of because I'm so busy down there, I can't really know anybody else's business. I did. I grow flowers. Oh, I don't know. They don't care.
Do you want to talk about what Bluegrass does? Oh, okay. So we've done Children's Day, and we've done pet shows. We've done live music. There are, well, we had Santa. Santa came last year in July? September. Sorry, I lose track. I think that about covers Bluegrass. Those are the things we've done.
I think that the bluegrass market doesn't do nearly as many as activities. If your market doesn't have a big active market manager and it's all volunteers, it's like Beth and me, we're growers. It's really hard. She was on the board of the Lexington market for years. She was on the state board. But now she's much more just growing, and it's really hard if you're selling at the Lexington market has coffee centers, there's people cooking their sausage, there's people cooking their hamburgers, there are people selling their food sliced up, ready to go, so that you don't have to go home and fix lunch. You can buy it at the market, ready to go. Andrea's thought about that. We had but it's not feasible at this point because she's not ready to be a chef as well. I don't know if people, I'm going to talk for 2 minutes about cut flowers because that was something that was brought on earlier and it's not on market managing. I grew up on a little farm in Indiana. My dad sold a cow for $400. That paid my tuition for 1 year, 1 semester at UK. You cannot sell a cow and pay your tuition now. I said I was going to try selling at the farmer's market, and he said, well, I don't know what they are, but if they're going to buy anything, they'll buy a red zinnia. Because he said you always have to have zinnias and flowers in your garden in order to get the birds, the bees to come in. So, red zinnias. So, I've always grown zinnias. I sell zinnias. That's my main crop. When Marion took us to the Southern Sog conferences, and we met other growers who were telling us, well, I grow this and I grow bee balm because it spreads and it's easy to cut and it's easy to sell and it blooms at the 4th of July and it's red and you want it for the 4th of July. And we grow daisies and we grow a variety of different plants, or they say we grow basil, and these are the 6 varieties of basil that we grow to sell at our farmers market. So we learned about these things, and then somebody said you should grow Lisianthus, and we said, huh? Well, we didn't know what Lisianthus was. Lisianthus, I will tell you, is a beautiful cut flower. It takes 14 weeks to germinate, to get 4 leaves on it. Beth and I order plugs. And then they take another 3 months before they're ready to sell for the 4th of July weekend. You have to raise them in a hoop house. They're out of Texas. They don't like water. Beth grows enormous amounts of sunflowers. She sells them for $2 or $3 each. There are some flowers you can sell a lot of money on. The first year I sold sunflowers, somebody did say they had dandruff and left all this yellow stuff, and what was that? And I'm like, dandruff on my flowers? And eventually I figured out they meant pollen. So what you're going to grow and what you're going to raise is partly going to depend on what your market is and what people in your area want. Do you all have more questions about growing or raising or chickens, eggs, varieties? Sharon?
I do have one that I would like to ask for each one of you all. I know we've got different roles. I know we've got producers that sells at the market. I know we've got market managers, board presidents. But my question is, tell me, okay, if I'm somebody new and I'm thinking about, and we've got some that's in here, thinking about selling at a farmer's market, what is advice? What does somebody need to know if they're wanting to start at a farmer's market? Just getting started in farming, what kind of advice can you give to us? And each one of you all, because of course each one of you all are going to have a different opinion and something different to think about.
I'm going to say that start with a small farmer's market that's not going to charge you a lot of money to get in, that will be all right if you only come every other Saturday. If you start with a CSA, and you promise 10 people you're going to have enough vegetables for them for the summer, and that means you've got to pick 10 pounds of green beans or whatever, and you've got to have it every week. If you go to a small farmer's market, you don't have to have things every week. If you walk through the farmer's market and you see 20 people selling beans and tomatoes and nobody selling anything else, then grow what somebody else is not selling. You're new. Well, how did you choose?
How did I choose? I chose Hamburg because Casey County didn't have a farmer's market started. And also, my mom lives in Lexington, so I knew I was going to be able to go see my mom afterwards. So ran into Jane, asked about the market. We started out slow with the chicken, had problems getting my hogs processed, let alone my lamb. So it just kind of rolled into more. They didn't have a pork and chicken person when I got there, so we do have a beef guy. He's great. But you kind of just want to find your own niche. I mean, first of all, you got to do you, and you got to do what you like. You know, we like pork. I mean, we did chicken. We did that because we eat it. We wanted to raise our own food, and we just overdid it. And I'm like, got to have an outlet. So the farmer's market was the next best thing. I was thinking I was getting into any Kroger anytime soon. So you got to find your niche. Look for something small, something to get you started. And you know what? Everybody that works at farmer's market generally are extremely helpful. They will help you any way they can. So.
Gosh, I'm trying to think of all these years. There's so much. I would do a little research. If I had to do it over, I would do a little research. I would visit some farmers markets before I even invested anything into this process. It's such hard work, and if you're going to do farmers markets, you're going to work hard, which you know, it's hard work, and you have to be really dedicated, and I know you are if you're doing it, but I would do some research and visit a couple. What niche? That, to me, that's the thing. I grew pumpkins, but I did not grow the jack-o'-lanterns. I grew specialty pumpkins that people didn't even ever see before. That was like 30 years ago, and now everybody's doing it, but there's a lot out there. I think research and take a year to visit markets and see what's out there, what you want to do, and be proud of your product, and don't underprice your labor. Be committed to yourself, and take care of yourself, because farming can kill you.
Give up on sleep on Friday nights when you're getting ready to go to the market.
And no sleep on Friday nights when you're getting ready to go to the market. I think everyone that's answered has had great answers so far. For our specific market, we may be a teeny tiny different because we just have just these people that just refuse to stop farming, and they just keep coming back year after year after year after year, and our customers love them. And so what at this point in our season, we're looking for like quirky things like kombucha and kimchi and yogurt, and but like we're not looking for tomatoes and beans and okra and corn and stuff like that. And honestly, at the beginning of this season, we weren't looking for tomatoes and beans and okra and corn and stuff like that, but other markets are. So like has been stated, you want to do a little bit of research. Somebody actually called me and they're like, hey, I want to get into the market. What could I put on this application that would get accepted? I was like, you're so wise. So smart of you to call me. One thing we are always looking for and always need more of is fruit. Peaches, apples, pawpaw, blackberries, blueberries, raspberries, strawberries. It doesn't matter how much we have. People just have this like insatiable desire for fruit. That it comes with its own set of difficulties in growing things like that. But of course, there's K-State and the Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and they're here to be great resources for everyone. I will say that as a board and as a market manager, when I look at an application, we typically turn down applications. I get them from Eastern and Western Kentucky all the time, and we turn them down all the time because we have so many people in Franklin County that we want, this is their market, and we want to be able to support them. We do, if people denote that they're a person of color or that they are a young farmer, we take that into account also because we want to support a cross-section of people. Fruit, grow fruit.
Yeah, and I'll second that.
Mushrooms.
Yep. The best advice I could give, and of course, like I was saying earlier, we've been doing this for 20 years, and it took 20 years to grow to what we're doing now. But pick 4 or 5 items and be the very best farmer for those 4 or 5 items that you could possibly be. And I may differ from Kellie a little in that I would recommend, obviously you've got to go to the market that you would like to join and see what's available, see what's not available. But I would, for smaller markets, and that most of my experiences with smaller markets, I would recommend sticking with the basics, staying away from the specialty type of products. We have very few people walking in the door in Anderson County asking, is the kohlrabi ready yet? But if they want to know when those half-winters are ready, and if you could figure out how to get sweet corn in May, you're going to make a killing. But again, you got to gauge the market. If you're wanting to start up brand new farmers, to be a brand new farmers market member, you can't just do cucumbers, bell peppers, and tomatoes and expect to get into the Lexington market. But if you bring those products to Millville and you have the best looking booth at Millville, you're going to be one of the most successful members down there with the same type of products. If I had to pick one item that you could grow that there's a huge demand for, that we're asked for all the time, that we sell out all the time because we can't ramp up production enough, and it's something I have a running dialogue with my mother-in-law because I do not like this, it's rhubarb. Why anybody would take rhubarb and mess up a perfectly good strawberry pie, I don't know. But for whatever reason, it is very much in demand. I think it's kind of a Kentucky staple. And it's a perennial. You plant it once, in a couple years, you start taking a harvest and you divide it. And I mean, it's easy. It's easy to grow, very much in demand. So if I had to pick one item that I was going to start with, it would be something like rhubarb. But again, also with the basics. But you've got to base that on what market you're trying to get into. So.
Questions from the audience? Oh. I've got an on mic if I can. Now watch, I get over here and it won't work.
Hi. Let's see, I have a couple of questions. I was wondering if it's possible to be like an overflow producer. If you have something like the fruit or eggs where you run out of things, is it possible to have your product available for an existing producer to sell for you, or do you have to be a rotating member, or how would that work at the markets?
I'm just going to speak on behalf of Anderson County Market. We're another market that we're producer. You know, every member has to produce what's being sold. We don't allow any resale. So in your scenario, I believe we would consider that a resale type of scenario.
The bluegrass market would not let you come in and sell extra. However, like Andrea is our only egg seller at this point, and she always sells out. We would take another eggs producer with no problem. I thought it was interesting that Kellie said the Frankfurt market would say, you can join our market, but we do not need any more tomato growers, so you can come and be in our market, but you cannot bring tomatoes. We'd never thought about that at our farmers market, at the bluegrass farmers market, of restricting a specific crop. And tomatoes is probably the only crop that I know of that our growers are, in the height of the summer, taking home. I find it odd, our market sold out of okra 3 times this past summer, and one person had a bushel. So, you had another question?
Hold on one, okay, we're on. I'm not sure how to ask this. Is there, as managers of the market, is there any kind of oversight of claims being made? I mean, I know people aren't really supposed to be making claims if they're not certified organic, but you hear a lot of people, I always ask, what do you spray? Are there any sprays on your product? And I always hear no. And then I heard from somebody that they overheard a producer at one of the markets kind of laughing about that, saying, oh yeah, we tell them what they want to hear. And I don't know what to do with that. I want to trust the producers.
Well, and we always tell people that's the great thing about the farmers market. When you go to one of the big box stores, you walk in, first of all, you got to take their word for it. Second of all, you have no idea what was in the soil. I mean, you're really working on limited information. And so I don't know. I feel like that's a really sort of like one-off scenario where someone would like really mislead a customer about that. We'd have some that are certified organic, and then we have a couple that say, hey, I'm non-certified organic, and I'm happy to talk to you about my decision to not get organic certified, and here's my process, and this is what I do. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like you just have to go with your gut and trust people, you know, as best as you can. And if you feel like you've been misled in the past and you don't want to trust people, then and organic is super important to you, then you would just need to seek out certified organic processors.
And you can also ask them to see their certification. They can get an out-of-state certification, and then also Kentucky Department of Agriculture also certifies organic farms. So you can ask them to show you proof. We do ask our producers, we tell them, be upfront and honest with your customers. Most of the time the customers are going to go on and shop with you anyway. So, you know, some of our markets allow, and I think maybe a couple of you all may allow resale, some do not. But some of the markets do allow resale up to a certain point, because of course when customers come in, what do they want? Tomatoes, green beans, corn. Especially too in the summertime, they can't wait for the corn to get here. They can't wait for the tomatoes to get here. So a lot of times folks may go to Casey County, they may go someplace else, or they may get it from another farmer. Be upfront and honest with those customers. Put a sign out. These are Casey County apples. These are Casey County tomatoes. If your market allows for resale, many of our markets are not allowing resale any longer, so they are strictly either we've got it or we don't. Sometimes you may have customers that leave because you don't have the product that they're looking for, that could hurt you. Then again, they may just say, I'll come back next week. But I always tell them when they're getting ready to leave, tell them what you're going to have next week, what's going to be available. We've got a seasonal produce chart that shows, a normal growing season in Kentucky. We've got some of them out there at our booth that shows a schedule. It shows a calendar of what products are available in Kentucky about the time period. Because most people think they can go to the grocery store, they've got tomatoes, they've got corn, they've got green beans. How come you guys don't? So communicate and educate is a key thing that we always tell. So, do you have another question? Nope, good. Any other questions? If not, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Joni. I do want to say, I appreciate everything that you all do. You all make our markets just absolutely wonderful. And it takes everybody. It takes the vendors. It takes the board members. It takes the market managers, everybody to step up. So very, very proud of you guys. We've got 174 farmers markets here in Kentucky. Out of 120 counties, we have about 115. Commissioner Quarles and I, our goal is we want 120 counties to all have a farmer's market. We're getting there, we're getting there. So, Ms. Joni.
Thank you, Sharon. I want to thank you all for being here today. I know some of you actually asked last minute to show up. Okay, thank you. I know some of you I kind of emailed, and I know Jane got a hold of a few of you as well. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate y'all being here and answering all the questions.
I want to say thank you to KSU for the Small Farms program that they have for this Small Farms grant. I know people there, of our 19 growers in our farmers market, 6 of them have received this grant from Kentucky State University. And some people would not be able to get started or to be able to be in a farmers market without the help of this $5,000 gift that KSU offers. And then the training programs that KSU has been able to take us to and help provide us when we travel, when COVID ends and we're able to go back to different farm training programs around the state and around the South, then I think you'll be able to learn a lot more about what they do in other states and how Kentucky, with the grants and the farm support here, is exceptional.
Thank you. Any final questions, any final comments or anything? No? So I'll go ahead and invite you to go out to your farmers markets. If you don't know where your farmers market is, there are lists of farmers markets online on the KDA website. Find your local farmers market. Go out there and visit with them, whether you're a customer or a farmer looking to get started into a market. Go out there, do your research, know your strengths, know what's at the market, and, you know, like I said, do your research. Know what's there. If you're going to be selling at a farmer's market, you need to know what they have so you can grow something different or grow something that they need. Like they said, fruits, fruits, fruits. Apparently, it's a really big, we need more fruits being sold at the farmer's markets. We've heard that across the board here. So with that, thank you all very much for coming, and we will see you in May.